Oh no. Get you. No, Pray for all of our families and all of our colleagues. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Lord our God, grant that we may be your children who receive the Spirit and all that they need from you. You strengthen us not only physically, but also in our hearts, enabling us to face the uncertainties of life. Keep us from giving in to weakness. May your power be with us always. May we have patience and hope. Protect us now and always in your divine peace. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Director-designate Batista, if you'd like to do the land acknowledgement.
Thank you. We are gathered on the ancestral lands and waters of all indigenous peoples who have left their footprints on Mother Earth before us. We respectfully acknowledge those who have walked on it, those who walk on it now, and future generations who have yet to walk upon it. We pray to the Creator for strength and wisdom that all may continue to serve as stewards of the earth.
Thank you very much. Roll call.
All trustees are present. All trustees are present, and including the student trustees.
Thank you very much. Moving along to the agenda, I've got approval of the new material, and most of it we have before us is new in light of the very short notice for this meeting. So I'd
like to move the approval of the new material and approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Mandata. Thank you, Trustee Wixton. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that carried. Approval of the agenda, please. I need a mover and a seconder.
I'll move it, Madam Chair.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Trustee Ecker and Trustee Cantisano. Anyone opposed? That's carried as well. Any declarations of conflict of interest for current meeting? Seeing none. Any declarations of conflict of interest from previous meeting? Seeing none. We will move on to agenda item 16, which is Journey Towards Our Vision. And we have 16A, the York Catholic District School Board School Reentry Plan 2020-2021, and we have Director Designate Batista.
Thank you. And so we are going over our reentry plan. Since the last board meeting, there have been some updates. I just want everyone to know that in all of our planning, our main priority is the health and safety of our students and staff and families. So that you will see, we mentioned this the last board meeting, that our plans are organic. And as we receive updated information from the Ministry of Public Health, we revise our plans. We will be posting this plan to the website after this meeting. And I would encourage you to go back to the website and periodically check to see if there are any updates. So I think we are presenting the plan, and I'm going to ask Associate Director to begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Designate Batista. I will just wait for our Communications Officer, Mary Ann Gordon, to share the plan, but I will start in the interim. So as Designate Director Batista shared, our plan is organic. It is changing every day as we continue to get new information from the ministry and or York Region Public Health. We have worked with many other boards in the GTA to ensure that we are all looking at the plan from the perspective of maintaining all of the public health measures in place. So the guiding principles are going to be posted, and I won't spend a lot of time with that. Just know that it is keeping our students safe and ensuring that we're addressing synchronous and asynchronous teaching modalities, which were two of the major concerns, or one of the major concerns that we were hearing from our parents. And also, we have spent a lot of time working on planning and logistics for our returning to school. Moving on, the overview. Our reentry plan, as I said, is based on directives from the Ministry of Education and recommendations made by the Provincial Chief Medical Officer of Health, as well as our York Region Public Health unit. We meet with them still every week and bring forward concerns and await for them to get clarification for us as we move through this planning period. Physical distancing is the most protective risk mitigation measure. Given the physical distancing is not always possible in schools, always meaning at every moment, it will be important to layer multiple measures because it's been made very clear that the layering of the multiple measures is actually the most successful way to protect from COVID-19. Moving on. For the school reentry, I'm just giving you some basic information regarding the two panels. So elementary students in kindergarten to grade 8 will attend school 5 days per week with one cohort for the full day, including lunch. Secondary students will return in an adapted model with class cohorts of approximately 15 students attending on alternate days, a cohort A and a cohort B. Students lessons and classes for students will include 150 minutes of in-person face-to-face learning on alternate days and 150 minutes of synchronous online learning every day. There will also be enhanced health and safety protocols in place, and we will ensure that parents and guardians will be aware of all of these also. Parents and guardians also have the option to enroll their children or their child for in-person face-to-face learning or remote learning depending on their personal comfort levels. To maintain health and safety measures and respect class sizes, parents and guardians who wish to have their children return to in-class face-to-face instruction can do so at a specified re-entry point throughout the year. If at any time those choosing to return to school find themselves in particular circumstances necessitating a switch to distant remote learning, a wait time to be accommodated should be expected. So we will share with you the dates. Next slide, please. Thank you. The reentry plan dates for elementary is October 13th. That is the only date for the first term to reenter at the elementary level. Parents would have to notify their schools by October 1st, letting them know and giving administrators and staff an opportunity to look at what the impact of your student now entering a cohort and entering a specific class is going to mean to size and numbers of students in that class. Excuse me. February 2nd, 2021, right after first term, parents, once again, please notify your administrator by January 25th of your decision to have your child or children return to school. In the last semester or the last term, we have another date of March 22nd, 2021, and this would be after March break, with a date of information of March 5th, 2021 to the school administrators. Trustee McNichol, I see that you had a question.
Yes, Mr. Nardo. If I were to send my kids to school for in-person on the very first day of school, and I decided after a week or so that I felt that I want my kids to stay at home and do remote learning, do I have to wait until October 1st to notify the school that I'm going to be doing remote, or is it something that happens immediately?
If it would be after the first week, you would have, you can contact the school. What we are telling parents is that there may be a wait period going from either face-to-face to online learning, as well as online learning to face-to-face. So in that case where it would be a week and the parent is thinking of going from the face-to-face to online learning, I would suggest you call the administrator, and we will look at if there is a way of accommodating that. You may have to continue with face-to-face until the October 13th date, depending on how big that group is that is online and how many teachers we have that are actually doing the online teaching. So we would ask that you be patient and know that there will be a possible wait going either way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Moving on, for secondary schools, the first reentry plan date is at the end of the first quadmester, which is November 12th, 2020. And we're asking parents once again to notify their school administrators by November 5th, 2020 of their decision if they would like to have their child return to school. And then the next entry date would be at the end of second quadmester, which is February 2nd, 2021. And parents would have to notify us by January 25th, 2021. The before and after program, there's been a lot of information shared on this, so I'm not going to go through it in great detail. What we have learned is that the Minister of Education has stated that all before and after school programs could go back to their full capacity. So whatever numbers they had prior to COVID, they are back at those numbers. We're making use of large wall-ventilated spaces in our schools, and we can assure you that the B&A programs have been given extremely strict health and safety guidelines equivalent to the schools, and in many cases, they've taken it steps forward past that with temperature taking and having parents record certain information in apps. A staggered return to school. So this is something that we have been working with, and what we would like to do, we actually are just finalizing this plan, so a lot of people are hearing it for the first time. In our elementary schools, on Tuesday, September 8th, we will not have any students attending school at all. That date, Tuesday, September 8th, in the elementary panel is going to be dedicated to staff preparation as far as looking at the curriculum that they need to share with their students around COVID-19 measures in the school. Our plan is to spend that day looking at videos, curriculum, making sure that our directional arrows, that the stairwells we've sort of designated, and you'll hear things about that in a little while, making sure that our washroom capacities are right, that our signage is right around the school, and that way teachers will be able to familiarize themselves with the protocols and how the school is going to look before we bring our students in. On Wednesday, September the 9th, our grade 1s to grade 3 are coming in. We want them to be the first group to come into the school. There won't be any other students in the school, and they will be the first ones to walk through the routines, to see what it's like to go to the water fountain, see the sign posted that tells them that water fountains, for example, are only to be used as another water filling station. They're not to drink from that fountain. Making sure that when they get to the washroom, they understand the process in place, indicating to them if the washroom already is a capacity for the number of students that are allowed to be there, looking and making sure they understand the signage in the room, in the washroom also. And so we wanted to start with our youngest children, because that way they would have the freedom of the school and they would have the space to walk through, learn, and practice without bumping into or interfering with the older children that could be in the school in different sections. We want them to have a walkabout throughout the whole school to see how it's all set up and to welcome them back. Thursday, September 10th, the grades 4 to 8 are going to be joining us. And then on Friday, September 11th, it'll be the first day for our FDK students, classrooms that comprise our JK and SK students. For the secondary school, our cohort A is coming in on September the 8th, and I'm sorry that the date isn't there on the slide. So cohort A, grades 9 to 12, will be coming in on September the 8th, and then cohort B, grades 9 to 12, will be coming in on Wednesday, September the 9th. And we're happy to say that all of our students are going to be back in school by the Friday of the first week. And we say that in hopes that everything works out fine and that we don't run into any major difficulties. If we do, parents would be the first to be notified if there has to be a change, either due to changes in last minute routes to transportation or anything that we may have to look at again in our classroom planning. If someone can just tell me the order.
Associate Director.
Thank you, Chair
Bernardo,
Martinez.
I will help you out. We have Trustee Ecker first, and then Trustee Iafredi.
Thank you so much, Chair Marchese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Associate Director Bernardo, 2 questions. So with regards to the elementary panel, we're going to bring the students in over the course of the week. So just as an example, hypothetical. So I'm a parent. I have 3 children. One's in grade 2, one's in grade 5, and one's in JK. How are we expecting parents to accommodate that? Because then that would basically mean that they would need to take a leave of absence or the days off for the entire week. How are we accommodating parents that have that type of a situation?
So I'm going to say that at this point, Trustee Ecker, we have been given by the Minister of Education a 2-week window because of the fact that the information from the ministry has arrived in dribs and drabs and changes up until the last minute. So as everybody heard last week, we went from being able to stagger our students in for 1 week to 2 weeks. We did this specifically for our parents, knowing full well that our parents have been at home for a long time, and we did have the option given to us by the ministry to use 2 weeks. We did not go that route specifically for parents. We wanted our children back as soon as possible. Having said that, we also want to ensure their safety. So our first obligation is to the safety of the students and to ensure that we are following public health regulations. So it is going to be a little bit difficult for some parents, and we hope that they have plenty of time with the 2-week notice that we're giving them. We received this information, I believe it was on Friday. So respectfully, we've been trying to do the best we can to get our students back in as quickly as possible, but to do it in a safe manner.
Great, thank you. And my second question is with respect to the staggering the entry plan for the high school students. So we're saying that there's no students going to school in elementary on the 8th to allow for the school teams to ensure health and protocols. What about the high schools? Do the teachers not need the same time frames in order to make sure things are in place for the high school students as well?
So the difference there, if either Superintendent Sarna or Superintendent Pavato would like to add to my comments. The idea there was that with the students being older and the students being able to read and see the plan. Now, teachers will have all seen the plan ahead of time. Teachers will all be at a PA day, at 3 PA days, September 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, where all types of plans and training is going to be available to them. We think the level of understanding for our students in grades 9 to 12 is very different than bringing in some of our students who are much younger and are going to be experiencing a little bit more anxiety coming back. Many of them have spent the past 6 months in the care of their parents, and now we're bringing them back to school. So we wanted to be able to give our elementary students the time and the care that they needed for their age group and their cognitive abilities. We believe that for the secondary students, it would be a lot easier with the information that is going to be shared. But I'm going to see if either Eugene or Jennifer wanted to add to that. Any other comments from the superintendents?
No, you handled it well, Nancy. It's Jennifer here. Just to also add that this will, of course, be before this, there will be ample communication that will be sent out by the respective secondary schools to their families so that students are aware of what to expect. And we trust that our young adults will be able to cope accordingly.
Thank you, Associate Director. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Trustee Ecker. Who is next?
I have Trustee Iafredi.
Thank you, Trustee Iafredi.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Marchese, to Associate Director Donardo. So we've had many calls with concerned parents with what they're hearing on the news and other provinces following this, that they have issues that the JKs to 3 are not wearing masks, and they've asked if they're imploring us to actually implement masks for all the grades from JK right to 12. What can you tell us about that?
Thank you very much. So, Trustee Iafredi, as I was mentioning earlier in my conversation around the reentry plan, every day we continue to have different meetings, and the meeting we had this morning was a meeting with Nancy Naylor, the Assistant Deputy Minister of Education, and we were basically told that the decision around mask wearing is a decision we have to work on with our local public health unit. So we have been working with York Public Health, and our York Public Health unit does not endorse and will not endorse the use of masks in students under grades 4 to 12. Yes, 4 to 12. So this morning in the conversation, I'll actually say that our coterminous boards director, who was on the call with us, brought this point up to the minister, the assistant minister, and we explained that it's very difficult. As a matter of fact, there was one director from another board who said that makes it even more difficult because he works with two public health units, and he's receiving 2 different directives from that public health unit. So we have asked for Nancy Naylor to bring our concerns back to the provincial table and see if they can get a different response for us, because at this point we cannot endorse the use of masks, as our local public health unit is saying no.
Trustee Iafredi, do you have another question?
Yes, I do. I'm not sure if whoever wants to answer this one is probably Associate Director Donardo. Okay, so I have some other concerns with parents that they are saying that they will not have their children wear masks, and when they come to the school, they will not even accept a mask from a principal. And that it's their human rights, that they do not have to wear a mask, and you're infringing on their rights. How are we dealing with this?
So I will turn it over to our Human Rights and Equity Advisor and Nalini Jagnandan at this point for her opinion on that, and then I can share what I've heard from the roundtable. Nalini?
Thank you, through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Iafredi. Good evening, everyone. So in terms of whether this is a human rights issue, firstly, in short, where there is a human rights complaint, the onus is on the claimant to prove that they have been discriminated against based on one of the 17 grounds. So if, for example, the
that I have a that say that I have a right not to wear a mask, right? If it's being mandated. That in itself is not an infringement of human rights. You have to, can somebody please explain how that is not an infringement on human rights? If I'm interpreting correctly.
If I can ask Ms. Jagnandan to respond.
Thank you, Chair Marchese, through you to Trustee Crow. The issue of wearing a mask is one of it's a health protective device, right? At this stage, noting the virus and the consequences and the implications to the public at large, the interest is not just one of the individual, it's also about protecting the public at large. The question becomes, how does wearing of the mask infringe your rights as a human being? In what way? The individual will have to show in what way does wearing of a mask infringe of your rights being a human being?
Excuse me, Nalini, I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm getting a number of text messages as our other members in our group that the audio just dropped and people want to hear your answer.
Yeah, I got that too.
So if we can ask Ms. Clapham to let us know if when the situation is rectified.
Thank you so much. Sorry for interrupting you, Nalini.
No problem.
Is Ms. Clapham on?
It sounds like the audio was lost in the first answer that Nalini was giving, is what I'm hearing from parents right now.
Yes, yes,
And
that's what I asked her too.
We can go back, not a problem.
Madam Chair, I'm getting parents telling me that it keeps cutting in and out.
Okay, so Ms. Clapham.
Newmarket, Richdale, and Woodbridge.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, receive word that we should be back.
That's good, Darlene. We couldn't hear your answer.
we should be back when, Ms. Clapham?
I'm sorry. Okay, proceed.
When, sorry,
I'm sorry, is it all right to proceed and go back to the first answer that Ms. Jagannath gave us?
Yes.
Okay. Nalini, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the response to Trustee Iafredi's question initially, and then to Trustee Crow's supplemental request for a clarification?
Sure, Trustee. Chair Marchese, to Trustee Crow. In response to your question, how is it a violation of our human rights if you wear a mask? As I'm going to go backwards, as indicated. The question.
Nalini, we couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Now we can. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going back to the first. Do you want me to go back to the first part of my response and then come to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so, in short, what I said was that where a parent indicates there's been a violation of human rights by wearing a mask, the onus is on that parent or the claimant, whoever it is, to prove that the child has been discriminated against on one of the 17 grounds. So some of the 17 grounds is because of age, because of disability, culture, creed. There's 17 of them, right? To establish a prima facie case, the complainant must show on a balance of probabilities that they have a characteristic that is protected under the code, that by wearing the mask, in other words, they have a correct characteristic protected under the code, that they, in wearing the mask, they have experienced negative treatment or adverse impact within the social area, that means within education, which is protected by the code, that they have a characteristic itself, so one of the protected grounds, which is a factor in the negative treatment or adverse impact. So they
will say it's my human right, it's my child's human right to not wear a mask. And,
Right.
and people will say that without understanding what the real grounds are. So I think by giving a little bit more of a list, you've explained this. So if you could just confirm that not just everybody can just say, hey, it's my human right to wear a mask, and I don't have to wear a mask, and you can't make me. That's not covered. You have to have all these other criteria. Is that correct?
That is correct. You have to show that you fall under one of the protected grounds, which is race, color, ancestry, your religion, your place of origin, ethnic origin, your citizenship, your sex, including gender identity, sexual orientation, age. Well, it won't apply to students, but one of the grounds is marital status, and the other is family status, and then there's disability.
Nalini, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt again. So it looks like Ms. Clapham, we're having audio problems again. It's on and off. Is there something, can you?
Yes, can you hear me okay right now?
I can hear you okay now, but I've had a slew of texts as well from people saying the audio is in and out. Are you able to determine when that's happening so we could stop the discussion and those that are listening haven't lost the opportunity to hear what's being said?
Yes, I'm with our technical support in the back and text messaging. So as soon as I hear it's not working, I'll let you know. Right now, he says it is working again.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Sorry for the.
Okay,
Yeah.
my apology, Nalini.
No problem. So do you want me to repeat any of that, or?
No, I think, are you okay, Trustee Crow, with what was said?
I am, but I'm not sure if it's working right now. Trustee Ecker said it all dropped at 7:05, and I've also just gotten a few texts. So
Yeah, it's dropped. It's dropped. They're not on. Richmond Hill, Woodbridge, Newmarket. We lost them like 45 minutes ago.
We lost everybody.
Madam Chair, I believe, Madam Chair, that it might be just a minor problem. Hopefully we can fix it, because the last meeting we had, there were over 7,000 people on, and we had no problems, and we don't have that many tonight listening in. So I don't think it's a system problem. There might be some minor problem with some of the equipment.
Sorry, if I can just add, I know that in the Maple area, I've just asked, and they're all okay.
I think
Okay,
it happened at 7:05 and then it got corrected, was my understanding.
Okay, so can I ask, Nalini, can you just, if you can capture the last few comments you made with respect to Trustee Crow's, you were clarifying that it's not just her question was, it's not just, you can't just say my rights are being violated, and you were clarifying what needs to be done. So just for the last few sentences.
Right. So I think I tried to clarify what those protected grounds are. There are 17 protected grounds under the code, and what will be relevant in the circumstances of a child wearing a mask to school may be things like race, color, ancestry, creed or religion, place of origin, ethnic origin, citizenship, sex, including gender identity, sexual orientation, and age, as well as disability. The others, marital status and family status and receipt of public assistance, will not, in my opinion, be considered a ground with a child. It's for other human rights issues. So the parent will have to show that their child has been is being discriminated against in using the mask based on one of these grounds, protected grounds.
Okay, so maybe to Ms. DiNardo on this, and I know it was said last time, but I think there's people listening and there's a lot of concern out there. So if a student comes to school without a mask, is my understanding that they will be given a mask by the school because we will have spare masks, correct?
Yes.
And if parents are insisting that their child doesn't wear a mask, what will we be doing? You know, we cannot tell them to lodge a human rights complaint, you know, but if that's not the direction that goes, what are we going to do about parents who are insisting that their child is not wearing a mask? Keep giving them a mask every day? Are we going to move to progressive discipline? What kind of guarantees can you give the other parents that children, other than those that may be medically fragile or have other medical issues, will all be wearing masks?
So through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Crow, you mentioned a couple of the points that we've spoken about in the past, Trustee Crow, and that is that the first step would be that the school would give the child a mask. The second step would be that the administrator of the school would be calling the parents to have a conversation in hopes that the parents would understand that the parents of the other students who are attending school have rights also, and that their child being not following the rules is actually infringing on other people's rights as far as being safe in an environment that we have been mandated, as I said earlier, by the Ministry of Education and by York Public Health to have students from grades 4 to 12 wear masks. The beauty of it is that those parents do have an option. Their child's education is not being impacted because they actually have the option of being online. So if they would feel more comfortable with their child not wearing a mask, because we have the asynchronous and synchronous teaching, which you'll hear about from Director Designate Batista shortly, we are not preventing them from an education. We are ensuring that they have an education, but we're also ensuring that everybody is safe. So I hope that answers your question. If they continue to send the student to school, my apologies, I forgot you had mentioned progressive discipline. If they continue to send the child to school without a mask, then absolutely we will be imposing the progressive discipline, and it will continue from there. We hope we don't get there though, because it will really create some uneasy situations for some of our younger students that we hope that everybody can just adhere to what we're being told the directives are, and that this quickly changes and COVID becomes a thing of the past and we can go back to school in a normal, safe, and inclusive manner.
Thank you for that answer.
You're welcome.
I have another question, but we're echoing. I think you have to turn off your mic first.
My apologies.
Okay, and okay, so I understand that what some of the concern in the secondary is loss of hours, especially in a quadmastered system. I just saw on a news feed came up on my iPad that Toronto District is considering delaying the opening of all their schools. That's not what I'm going to suggest, but I am concerned about grade 9s. We normally have an orientation day just for grade 9s. And yes, I do understand that, you know, they're older and they can follow the signs, etc. But we have not had the opportunity at all within the plan to provide any orientation for our grade 9s. And we're asking them, sorry about that. DJ, I totally apologize. I apologize for that. And the phone keeps ringing too. So what I'm asking is for your really serious consideration that we actually bring the grade 9s in on Tuesday and Wednesday so that they can have that orientation and don't show up on the first day of school, not knowing where the classrooms are, not knowing where the washrooms are. And we give them the same sort of treatment. We give the grade 1 to 3s a walkthrough of the building so that they feel comfortable, so that they feel welcome, and that the grades 10 to 12 start on Thursday and Friday. It never seems to have been an issue to start the older grades one day later in terms of hours and credits, etc. And I think it would give parents a sense of comfort that their grade 9 child is not walking into the unknown on that first day of school, surrounded by a whole bunch of students they don't know, not knowing where to go, and walking around the building lost. So please take that back to your team. And I would personally greatly appreciate on behalf of a lot of grade 9 parents out there, if you would really seriously consider that one stagger to the secondary calendar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Crow. Do either Superintendent Pivato or Sarna want to address that, or shall we take it back for discussion?
I think we'll take it back for discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So
thank you. So just a couple of things. Given the problems that were encountered in some areas of the board with those that have been listening in or trying to listen in, maybe Director Designate Batista and Ms. Jagdandan could get together and just do a little piece that we can put somewhere on our website or do in a communication, because not everyone had the benefit of hearing the discussions regarding the human rights piece and the mask. So can
Chair Marchese, may I make a suggestion? Can we,
Absolutely.
are you okay with us putting that directly into our plan? So when we share the plan with the parents, it's right under the mask wearing section. So everybody will know exactly where it is.
Absolutely. Just so parents know, those that weren't able to hear, that the information will be available, and they
Thank
can
you so much.
and they can always contact the board and the superintendents for clarification if they don't understand it. I have Trustee Sata next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love going after Trustee Crow because I have so much less to say. I just want to second her request for the secondary stagger. That was one of my points. But regarding the mask situation, I'd like to make two comments. One a question and one a comment. If you're going to develop this as an information piece to put in the plan, I think that would be wonderfully helpful. Could Nalini please address the who in her answer? So who do parents have to make this prima facie case to? Who determines if they have proven their case? And then when the board defends its action, who determines if our actions are appropriate and supported? So I just think there's a big piece missing in terms of if parents wanted to go that route, who do they speak to? Who do they have to make the case in front of? And who makes the final determination? The comment I have is just in terms of your discussion to be ready for such a situation. I know you've discussed what will happen at the school. I have concerns if a student is at a bus stop without a mask. We cannot safely leave a student at a bus stop and refuse them to get on the bus if there is no parent to take care of them. Yet we don't want to let them on the bus and endanger the other students who are on the bus wearing proper protection. So I think it's something that needs some conversation, and you could get back to us in terms of what the protocol will be in such a case.
Thank you so much, Trustee Cotton. So we will do that, because even in some of the other conversations we've had, we will be looking at what boards throughout the GTA are doing in those situations. And so I'm sure that Mr. Pachowski will then have a response to that together with the group, and we will also put that in the transportation section of the plan. So you're very welcome. So as we are speaking, we're actually noting everything that needs to be added into our final copy so that we can publish that at the latest on Monday. And it is a very detailed plan.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry, Trustee Mazzata, you were next as well.
Thank you, Chair Marchese. I want to add this to the mix because I've had a parent who texted me right now, and I think that I should share this with the Board of Trustees. And it states, I'm a parent listening to the board meeting. Well-known constitutional lawyer is arguing that mandatory mask wearing violates sections 2, 7, 8, 9, 15 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So if that's the case, then what should we be doing about it? I know that some ministry officials may be on this call listening to this meeting. So I would hope that they can give us an answer on that, because we don't want to infringe on anybody's basic rights. If you look at it, mask wearing affects breathing, and breathing is a personal thing. So I just wanted to add to that, if we can get maybe a legal opinion or some sort of answer for us, and we still got a couple of weeks and that could help out. But if it does infringe the constitutional aspects of sections 2, 7, 8, 9, and 15, we don't have any leg to stand on. And that's one aspect. And then that was my comment. And then the other question I have in reference to the first week of staggered classes, with the grades that are not going to school. For example, on Wednesday, you have the grades 1 to 3. So the grades that are not going to school, are we expecting teachers and students to be online with synchronous learning?
Through you, Madam Chair, again, the Director Designate Batista is going to be addressing all of those pieces around the curriculum, Trustee Mazzata, and we're almost there.
Thank you. Well, if we can ask the director to make a note of that when she responds.
And will there be some type of response in reference to the constitutionality of wearing masks?
We will have. Yeah, well, obviously, the director will have to go back to the ministry. Our direction is from the ministry, and I think we have to. We can't lose sight of the fact that we get our directives and our protocols on the school reopenings from the ministry. They've delegated certain responsibilities now, as of last week, to school boards. This isn't one of them, as far as I understand from everything that we've read. So our staff will need to go back to the ministry for their clarification on the issue which has been raised, which is a charter issue. So we'll leave it with them. Thank you.
I agree, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have one last question on the mask from Trustee Iafredi.
Thank you. Sorry, one last one. Thank you, Madam Chair. To Associate Director DiNardo. I'm assuming that the students can take their masks off at recess. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So there is a section also on recesses, Trustee Iafredi. So I will be getting to that shortly. Yeah, it's on our PowerPoint. Okay. So before arriving at school, families are asked to do what is called a routine self-check, and this is basically every morning. They're going to be provided with a checklist from York Public Health, and that checklist just has some very simple symptoms that you look for. If you are clear of all of those symptoms, you're good to go, come to school, and there's absolutely no problem. If you go through the checklist and you have one or more of the symptoms, then it asks you to go to a further self-assessment, and that one is a bit more detailed, and an action plan comes out when you put in the symptoms that you're experiencing. We are telling all students and staff that they are not to come to school if they are not feeling well. And we want people to understand very clearly that the use of a mask is not an acceptable alternative to being ill and being in school, in a workplace. So if you're ill, please stay home. Where possible, students are going to continue to maintain a physical distance at all times as they enter, move through, and exit the building. Once students enter school, it's recommended that they remain in school until the end of the day. We are strongly suggesting that our students are not picked up at lunch, that they are not taken out and then brought back into the cohort. We are asking if parents decide to bring their children to school for face-to-face learning. It has been strongly suggested that they remain in school for the full day with their cohort, and that way they not only for these inclusive piece of coming back to school, but also making sure that everybody is following the same sanitization rules and rules around physical distancing. When you arrive at the school, you're going to find signage that very clearly indicates what is expected of you when you walk inside. The doors will indicate if they're an entrance or an exit door. There's also going to be a hand sanitizer on the inside of the door, and every classroom that doesn't have a sink or a water source will have a hand sanitizer in the class. As we said earlier, students in grades 4 to 12 are to wear masks when arriving at school. If they're arriving by bus, they should have had their mask on prior to boarding the bus in the morning, and then we will ensure that they get on the bus with a mask at the end of the day. We encourage our students in kindergarten to grade 3 to wear masks while at school if they're comfortable with it and if their parents are comfortable with it. We know that in our grade 3-4 combined class, grade 4s are mandated to wear masks by the ministry and public health, and the grade 3s are not. However, we would encourage them to wear a mask if they're in a grade 3-4 combined also. In the hallways and stairwells, you'll find directional arrows that'll tell the students which way to proceed in that hallway. And again, where possible, we will use stairwells for either going upstairs or to the second floors or third floor in some of our secondary schools, and then which stairwells to come down. Having said that, some of our stairwells are extremely wide, and by having directional arrows on the up and down, they're over the designated distance that is required.
So, Associate Director, I have Trustee Wixton first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Associate Director DiNardo. A couple slides back, you had, we don't want parents removing their children in the middle of the day. I just wanted to clarify, because I think the next question is going to be, kids have appointments with specialists and so on. So what we're asking is that if you're taking them out midday, to keep them home for the rest of the day, or if they have a scheduled appointment, to just stay home the entire day, not come in and out. Is that what we're trying to get at? I understand what you're saying about lunches, but there are going to be appointments that parents, maybe have been waiting a really long time for. How are we addressing that?
Okay, so absolutely, if a parent has an appointment and has notified the school, they should pick up their child. They need to go to the appointment, obviously, but the piece is about bringing them back. It'll be harder for contact tracing, knowing who was in that office with that student, if that is the student who would come into contact with someone who has COVID-19. Having said that, if the parent follows all the rules and the student remains wearing a mask, some parents would find it difficult if their child had an appointment at 10 o'clock in the morning to keep the child at home all day. As Trustee Ecker said, we do not want to cause more burden on families. We are just looking out for the best interest of all our students. So if parents are taking students out, wherever they go with their child should continue to wear a mask, hand sanitize the minute they leave the building. If they're in a doctor's office, especially, ensure that they do hand sanitize before they get in their car, hand sanitize before they get in the school, and just make sure that you're maintaining social distancing and physical distancing while in the office also. And I mean, that is the best we can ask for. What we really don't want to see is parents picking up their children and taking them home for lunch, taking them out to more and more places are opening up, and then bringing them back in. Because again, as I said, if that child then is in a classroom where we have an outbreak or somewhere else, we would then have to figure out where that child was at lunch and who they may have come in contact with, and it'll be extremely difficult. And public health will want all of that information. So we would have to tell them that on that specific day, a parent signed out their child, and then public health would work directly with the family to figure out who the child and the parent may have come into contact with.
Thank you for the clarification. So if I could just recap then, maybe we want to add into any communications with parents that if there are appointments that are unavoidable, then they need to, maybe as a first step, have some sort of conversation with school administration, and that way everybody knows what's going on. There's a reminder piece that goes out to parents that we expect the same sort of measures being taken while you're out and intending to return to school, and that way everyone's on the same page.
Thank you, Trustee Weekston.
Thank you for that. And we have now Trustee McNichol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for elementary. When students go out for recess, they're going to be leaving their masks on their desk. Is that correct? Or are they wearing it until they get outdoors?
So Trustee McNichol, that information changed as of last Tuesday when we had our second last meeting with public health. The plan, the option now is listed. Are you okay with waiting just a few seconds till we get to the recess plan? So, and I will address your question.
Okay, thank you for that. I have Trustee Cantasano, and then I'd like to go back to, well, let me give the Trustee Cantasano the opportunity to put her question forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Marchese. So I'm looking for some clarification on assessment at the beginning of the day for elementary schools. So students and parents are required to do a self-assessment to determine what the status of the student is. And they proceed to go to school if they feel okay. What happens in a situation if, especially with like smaller kids, if they're in a classroom and a teacher observes that the student is not feeling well, they're off, they're not themselves, right? What would be the protocol? Like, would the parents be called? And what if the parent doesn't believe or doesn't feel that their child is ill? Like, what steps would we follow there?
Okay, so children who are experiencing or demonstrating any kind of symptoms that look like they're COVID related, we're not medical staff, so we have to go by what is written on the checklist, and that is what we're going to guide our decision by. They will be escorted to an isolation room, which is just a room that keeps them separate from any other students or adults. There will be an adult in the room at a distance from the child, and that adult will be in there to make sure that the child is okay while we're waiting for parents to pick up. While we're waiting for parents to pick up the child. If the child starts having any kind of respiratory issues and the parents have not arrived, we will contact the parents and let them know that we're calling 911 and that we will be getting paramedics to come and check and make sure that the child is not going into any kind of a seizure or having any kind of problem with his breathing that could lead to any other issues. There is also, as you all heard, there's a group of nurses that have been hired by the ministry, and we are still waiting to hear how they are going to be dispatched I know that there's a certain number of nurses that have been designated to York Region, but we have not heard yet how they're going to be designated to our board and to our coterminous board. So once we have that information, Trustee Cantasano, we may even be going in a different direction. But basically, we would contact the parents to come and pick up their child immediately. If we believe that the child is experiencing any kind of symptom or a sign of COVID or anything that is causing the child distress, we will be calling the parents, and the child will not be returning back to the classroom for the day.
Thank you very much for the clarification. It was excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So thank you for that explanation. I just wanted to give Ms. Jagnandan the opportunity, and my apology, to respond to that question. I know we're going to get a clarification from the ministry, but to the question on the Charter of Rights violation.
Thank you, Chair Marchese. In response to Trustee Mazzotta's question about the constitutional right, I just made a quick response. I'm more than happy to provide additional information. But suffice to know at this stage that all constitutional rights are subject to a government's authority to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our community. This authority is very often referred to as police power, and the Supreme Court has long held that protecting public health is a sufficient reason to institute measures that might otherwise violate the First Amendment or other provisions in the Bill of Rights, or our constitutional rights. So a global pandemic in which a serious and deadly communicable disease like COVID-19 can be transmitted by asymptomatic carriers upsets the protection generally afforded by the Constitution and justifies a wide range of reasonable restrictions on our liberties. This goes back to Associate Director Nancy's comment that it's not just about protecting yourself, the individual, but it is about the interest of the public as well. So this becomes a competing right, and in the circumstances, the interest of the public is considered. So just a short sort of response.
Thank you for that. I have Trustee Crow, and then I have Trustee Giuliani.
Okay, I have been over the last week emailed or spoken to parents, and their children suffer from seasonal allergies, yet sneezing is one of the symptoms that is listed for COVID. So I've been telling them to notify the school that their child has seasonal allergies. And if I've been sending the correct message, they're really concerned that when their child starts to sneeze, they'll be sent to the office and be sent home, and then be required to get a doctor's note to be let back in school.
Associate Director DiNardo.
I'm coming back on for you. We had discussions around that also, and one of the things that was highly recommended is if you have a child that suffers from allergies, and actually one of the trustees asked me this very question just a couple of nights ago, and what we said is if you have a child that has seasonal allergies, we usually have a record of that already at school, because in many cases, parents are sending something to school with the child to help them get through the day, so that if they are sneezing, or if they get really congested, or if they need to take some kind of medication or over-the-counter medication, we have paperwork on file that tells us that that is one of the symptoms that comes with what the child's ailment is, and in this case, it's seasonal allergies. So to avoid any issues, it would be great to have something on file, preferably if you could get a doctor's note that just says, this is what we're dealing with. I know that that might be difficult for people because there are a lot of doctors who are still doing virtual meetings, but I do know that many parents have called about other issues and have managed to get the doctors to scan them a note, even having had a virtual meeting. Anything you can let us know ahead of time, Trustee Crow, will help. Our intent is not to go looking for issues and segregating students or sending them home. It's simply to ensure that we're protecting everybody who's coming to school. And so we will question if there is something. It's easier if we are forewarned as opposed to us having to be reactive to the situation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I now have Trustee Giuliani.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Mrs. DiNardo, if you could shut off your mic, I'd appreciate it. Getting some feedback. Good evening, everyone. It looks like we've got a pretty good plan so far, and it can only get better as we further discuss. I'm going to take this in a little bit of a different direction. It looks like we have things pretty much in hand regarding what happens within the school. My concern is this, as a parent, the first day of school is always an anxious time for parents and students. And it's been my experience as a parent, and I'm sure others can agree, that mom and dad like to walk their child to school on the first day and see them off. My question is this to staff. Have we come up with a plan or protocol for visitors to the school on the school grounds? In other words, some parents like to stand by the kindergarten area while they see their little Johnny walk into the classroom. And social distancing should be respected. And so I would hope, well, I'm confident that staff can come up with some sort of plan for parents to follow on the first day, because the last thing I want to see is parents crowding the front door of a school to see little Johnny or little Samantha off. Meanwhile, they're not social distancing themselves. So perhaps we can have something come back as a recommendation. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Giuliani. And there is a little bit on that in the plan also, but we can be a little bit more elaborate if you prefer.
So I have a final question before I let you move on, Associate Director DiNardo. Who will be, and I'm going back to if there's students with symptoms, who will be escorting those students to the office?
In all fairness, Chair Marchese, we're in the process of working through that. One of the recommendations had been a lunchtime supervisor or someone who could be at the school. It could be anyone who is with the child, but we haven't finalized that piece. But do know that that is one of the issues that we are dealing with right now as we speak. We had another 2 meetings on that today.
Okay, thank you. So the only other thing I'd like to do is make a request for the protocol from the Public Health Department, that we make that available on our website.
Absolutely, whatever we have. They don't share an awful lot, Chair Marchese, but we did make some requests. And I know that our health and safety manager, Kathy Mara, has been fabulous, as has Marianne Gordon, our communications officer, in communicating and keeping up and in touch with public health. So we'll see whatever we have, we will absolutely add in.
And thank you. And I know you can only add in what we get. And I think the expectation from any member of the public is that it's the Public Health Department, and we should all understand what their protocols are. There should be nothing that's not transparent in any public board or agency or service that's provided. So, and that was actually, in terms of the availability of those protocols from the public health units, that was a comment that was made during one of our calls with the minister's office, that there would be revised protocols that would be available for, for school boards. So I think that's something that we need to press on so parents understand what the Public Health Department has the right to do and what they could expect is going to happen in the school, so that there is that total transparency. Because I think there is uneasiness about what's going to happen and how far the authority of the public health unit goes. So I can leave it at that, just in terms of having that information and how critical it is for us to make it available and to get it. So if there's some issues there, maybe we need to follow up to get them in a different way, and we'll be prepared to do that.
Through you, Madam Chair, just some information about the outbreak protocol. So we heard this morning that it's almost ready to be shared with boards. So it's the first draft, and even that document is organic. It will continue to evolve, but so that should be coming soon. We heard that this morning.
Well, that's great news. Thank you. Okay, sorry to interrupt, Associate Director DiNardo.
No problem. So continuing then, elementary students will line up outside and use arm span to keep distance between their classmates when they're lining up. We're asking parents to please bring or send their children to school as close to bell times as possible. And as Trustee Giuliani implied, we're also asking parents not to stay around the areas and not be physically socially distancing themselves. They must have masks on if they're going to be coming around the Penn area for our FDK students. And so we will be sending out communication in the next little while to parents with a number of asks and just reminders so that everybody understands that we're in this together. And our main objective, as we've been saying all through, is to keep our students safe. We are not having any assemblies. We are not having any visitors to the schools or the classrooms. So there will be no scientists in the school. There will be no lunch programs delivered to the school. There are no permits in the evening. We are basically only using the school for now for our students. And this will be revisited as we start working and continue to work, actually not start working, continue to work with our boards in the GTA. And as we continue to get directives about what we should be doing and allowing people into our school. It is extremely difficult to sanitize schools to the level that we would have to, and figuring out where people may have been the night before. So we're asking that parents help us with this. Also, we're saying that all student work should be done in the classroom. Our libraries will not be used for book exchange. They will be closed unless they're being used to house classrooms. Secondary students are to enter the school as soon as their bus drops them off in the morning. Students walking or being dropped off at school by parents are to arrive as close to the bell time as possible and no more than 15 minutes before the start of class. So students in the past in secondary have had tendencies to arrive at school anytime after 7 o'clock and to congregate in common areas like cafeterias, the library commons rooms, even in some of the hallways. That is not going to be permissible or allowable. Students are to come into the building, go directly to their class. Lockers will not be used, and the cafeteria will not be used for that purpose. So the cafeteria is out of bounds unless it is used, as you hear later, for a study hall. Anyone other than staff or students are considered visitors. Until further notice, visitors, as I said, are not allowed to enter the school unless they have a pre-arranged appointment. So if you need to come in and see an administrator or you want to meet with a teacher, we're asking that everybody calls the school. The clerical staff will know what the procedures are for taking appointments or for leaving messages for staff members, as they always have. And we are asking that wherever possible, obviously in the case of an emergency, everybody nowadays, or the majority of people, will have a cell phone they can call and say, this just happened and we're here. But we're really asking, as are all the other boards in the GTA, that parents call ahead so that we know that somebody is coming to pick a student up, or in the case of an emergency like medication or something like that, to be able to drop it off. So it's quite clear what we're hoping will happen. All visitors that come in have to do a self-assessment before they enter the building, before they pass the atrium. There's signs that will be up, and actually there will be signs in the doors before they do enter the building. The hand sanitizer will be on the inside of the door. They're asked to hand sanitize immediately upon entry, and they're to report to the designated reception area. So they must have a mask on at all times when they enter the school, and they must adhere to the 2 meters of physical distancing. We ask them to please follow the arrows in our hallway to ensure that they're on the right side of the corridor as they're coming into the office area. And they're asked to please wait until till someone comes out of the office to speak to them in the designated atrium area or the foyer area. They will also be asked to sign in and out, and that once again is to help us with our contact tracing if necessary. Outdoor phoresis at playtime. Again, there has been a change in what was originally in our plan. What we were told just recently is that students will not be wearing masks outside in order to keep their masks clean and basically clean and as sanitized as can be possible. So they will remove their masks and they will leave their masks in their classrooms. One of the things that we're looking into is that we heard that students need some sort of a bag to keep their mask in while they're outside. Teachers will be helping students to learn how to remove their mask, doing one ear at a time and then folding the mask inward so that they're not exposing the part that is close to their face to outside germs. Also, we will be making sure that students, when they return from recess, before they touch their masks, will sanitize their hands. And in classrooms where there is a desk, they will come in and use the sink while social distancing and physical distancing upon returning. So what we heard is physical activity in a block of anywhere from 10 to 13 minutes is the best thing for the students, and that they don't need a mask outside. We're to encourage them to remain in cohorted areas, which we are going to be doing. Schoolyards will be divided into primary, junior, and intermediate areas. We are also looking at a staggered lunch recess over the lunch hour. The elementary academic SOs have been working together and with principals who have been very good at looking at plans for how this could work in various schools with bigger populations and others with smaller populations. And we hope to implement that also at the beginning of the school year. Trustee McNichol, if I haven't answered your question well enough, please let me know. Moving on, Ms. Gordon. In elementary classrooms, when teachers come in to do the setup, and after custodians have finished their cleanup and prior to teachers coming in to do their setup, we are going to be counting the desks and only using desks that are needed to accommodate students in the class. That way we will move out any extra furniture to allow for better social distancing. Students will be assigned desks and will be asked to remain in those desks and those chairs. They will be identified either with a name tag or a label, and they will not be allowed to move and switch into other desks or use other chairs. In secondary classrooms, student cohorts will be spaced out in assigned desks to ensure physical distancing, because what we all know from high school is that some of the desks are double seaters and they cannot be easily moved. So as I said earlier, excess furniture will be removed from all classrooms, and desks will all be placed in the classroom facing forward with distance between them. We are not using fans in the classroom, as we've heard from public health, that fans are not to be used because They push your breath droplets through the air, and there will be no mats or rugs in any of our classrooms. The physical health of all our students is the underlying principle of all of our COVID-19 procedures and protocols, and COVID-19 spread can be reduced by adhering to the following three principles: physical distancing, which you've heard quite a bit about, regular hand washing, and it should say there too, hand or hand sanitizing, and mask wearing. So you've heard quite a bit about this. So Marianne, I'm going to ask you to keep moving through. We've already spoken about the fact that there will be signage, and we will be emphasizing hand washing routines with our primary students and making sure that hand washing routines and washroom routines for some of our younger students are actually put into the daily routines for the startup to ensure that everybody understands what is expected of them. And moving on. Yes, so this is basically everything we've already spoken about, so I'm not going to spend any more time reviewing this. Chair Marchese, am I good to continue with lunch and snacks?
Sure. I'd like to make a statement. I've heard from some trustees that there are questions that are being, I guess, posed in some sidebar in the public part of this meeting, which we don't have access to. So I'm going to ask Ms. Clapham if she has access to that. Are those the questions? Can you post those questions on, make them available through the frequently asked questions section, because we can't see the questions that are being put up in some side chat in the public portion of this stream.
So if I may recommend, Chair Marchese, Ms. Clapham will try to get those, and if she can't get them, we will remind parents that they have a platform to send in any questions, and we will respond to them.
Thank you for that. I have Trustee Mazzotta.
Thank you, Chair Marchese. Just one question, and we were talking about desk cleaning and cleaning in general. And I asked this question at the last meeting, so I wonder if we have an answer to it now. Are we increasing our washroom cleaning? I had asked that at the last meeting, and then it was going to be brought back. So I know that there is concern there. I've had parents call me in reference to that.
I'll turn that question to Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you. Your audio was cutting in and out a bit, Trustee Mazzotta, but I think the question was, are we increasing frequency of washroom cleaning? And the answer is yes. So as per the public health recommendations, we are going to be cleaning high touch points and including the high touch points in washrooms. So a minimum of 2 times per day. We will be cleaning the high touch points. That would include the washroom faucets, the flush valves, the door hardware, paper towel dispensers in those areas. So that will all be additional cleaning. And then
great to hear.
Okay, thank you. And then every night we'll get the washroom will get the complete full treatment.
Thank you.
I have Trustee Ecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Associate Director Donardo. I have a couple questions. I was speaking to one of my peers on the public board, and the conversation spoke about first day of school. And as parents, we all go and see our kids off and whatever, as Trustee Juliana mentioned. One of the things that parents are most interested in is wondering who their teacher is. So one of the suggestions that Trustee and I were talking about is that not every parent's necessarily interested, and it's usually in the lower grades, but wondering if instead of going to the yard in the back and getting the listing, or if it rains, having to be put in the gym, and obviously that wouldn't happen this year, if parents were able to find out the teacher's name before the first day of class. And again, I appreciate that it would be difficult to send out an email to all the parents, but if a parent's interested, is that something that we could direct them to the school to get that information and then help alleviate maybe not having as many people on the first day of school to help with social distancing?
So Trustee Ecker, oh, sorry, is someone else speaking? My apologies. Trustee Ecker, to your response or to your question, the response would be, we're looking now at how schools actually inform, because more and more schools have different practices. So right now we need to get our survey results in and find out who the students are that are coming back. And I'm sure that we will have different modalities to be able to communicate that information without having to do it with teachers calling out names or lists being put up late at night. So I will bring back your recommendation. Actually, some of the academic superintendents were already speaking to me about that. That is only an issue in some of our elementary schools, not in our secondary, as you well know. But as I said, in quite a number of our elementary schools right now, they use a completely different system also. And parents are informed the night before through a message.
Great, thank you. My second question is with respect to arrival and departure time. So you talked about staggering recesses and potentially staggering recesses for lunch and stuff. I'm just wondering, the beginning of the day and the end of the day, it's usually chaotic at the best of times around a school. I'm just wondering if there's any thought of staggering arrival times and departure times for students so that we can adhere to that social distancing.
And thank you for that also, Trustee Ecker. We talked a little bit about that, and the only concern is around the students who get busing. So it is still a conversation that we're having, to be honest with you, because we know that in some of our schools, we have an awful lot of elementary children coming in also. So as we said right at the beginning, our plan is organic, because as we start looking at and sort of micro-analyzing each step of the day, we try to come up with better plans as to how to maintain the students' distancing, how to maintain safety and order. And so that is something that was on the table with the elementary academic superintendents, that we were sort of playing around with that idea to see what that might look like for some of our bigger schools.
Great, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I now have Trustee Wixton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Associate Director DiNardo. I've got a couple of questions, and they're going to jump a little all over the place. The first one is with regards to the secondary cohorts. I am working on the assumption that we are working to ensure that siblings will be attending on the same day, and I'm just looking for some confirmation on that.
So I will turn it over to Tom Pachowski. I know that he's working hard to do that, but I don't want to speak on his behalf. Tom, are you on?
Yes, I'm on. I'm sorry, I missed the question there. Can you repeat the question, please?
Certainly. I'm just looking in terms of the secondary cohorts. Are we making sure that we're sending siblings on the same day? And I think this might actually be more of a question for Superintendent Sarna or Superintendent Pavato in coming up with these with the cohorts. Because if you have a student in grade 9 and a student in grade 11, you really don't want them to be attending on alternating days. You want them to be going and being home on the same days, right?
We would also want them on the same bus. So yes, you're right. They designate, yeah, right. Who's speaking, Mary or Tom?
Maybe I can start by just identifying our approach to the busing right now is that we'll be running the bus routes as they've, kind of historically been planned, with the different cohorts riding different days. So that's to facilitate things like alignment with siblings riding on the same day, being assigned to the same cohort. So from a transportation perspective, that's a tool we've put in place to provide for that.
Does that answer your question, Trustee Wixton?
So I'm guessing that's yes. We're trying to send siblings on the same day.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the second part is there any possibility that parents will be made aware of how many kids will be in their child's cohort or child's class in elementary before the start of school, just because it helps people to start making decisions if they, since there's only certain days that they can change between face-to-face and remote, it would help some people make the decision if they had an idea or a sense of how many students are registered in the face-to-face class. I'm not talking about sharing names or any of those personal identifiers, just the grade, the teacher, and the number of students.
Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Chair. It is possible to share the number of students in the class, but we won't know that beforehand. If that's what you're asking, are you asking that beforehand? We need to analyze the data, and we would know closer to the date.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I now have Trustee Cantasano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have several questions with respect to recess, and also a question about people entering school buildings, specifically to elementary. So with respect to recess, I'd like to understand better how that whole recess process will work outside. In other words, kids go outside to play. So who is going to be enforcing social distancing and all that kind of stuff outside? Is it going to just be the teacher, or is it going to be several people, or how's that going to all work? Because it's really hard to control these kids outdoors, right?
Mm-hmm. So what we heard about outdoors, Trustee Cantasano, is that the students are to be actively engaged, and they are to remain within their cohorts to the best of their abilities. And that is why we're also looking at a staggered recess over the lunch hour, where the lunch hour period is longer than a regular 15-minute recess period, where in reality, in a 15-minute recess period, by the time the students get outside and then come back in, they've only been outside for about 12 to 13 minutes. We asked that question, and we were told that as long as they're basically in their cohorted areas and they are physically active, we are supposed to encourage that as much as possible, that there is no concern for that period of time to have that constant social distancing or physical distancing, because students from the same cohort will be in the same sort of areas. There will be teachers supervising, so no one will be able to go from a primary area to a junior area or vice versa. And teachers will know that right from the start. And we will be trying to teach the students to cohort together and to try to maintain those cohorts together to play outside also.
But if they're outside without a mask, right? I would think that parents would be concerned about the risk involved in being outdoors, not perhaps practicing social distancing, and possibly kind of getting into a little bit of trouble, right?
So everything that we have heard has said that there are no concerns when they are outside. And again, we are not going to encourage them to be physically touching each other. They are going to be told to stay a safe distance from each other. But if they are closer in gameplay or something like that, we have been told that they are fine. They are outside, and that the concern is way down at that level. What they were more concerned about was if we tried to have them come out with masks and then they had their masks, most students would not keep them on outside because they will prefer to have the masks off so that they can actually run around, have some fun, get some good exercise, and come back into class feeling rejuvenated and refreshed. So that was a conversation we did have with York Public Health, and basically those were the thoughts that they had and they shared with us. And we've put them into our plan.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question about recess is what type of protocol we're going to follow when we call for indoor recess. So inclement weather, et cetera, et cetera. What's that going to look like?
That's going to look a little bit different than it has looked in the past, because in the past we allowed students to be able to engage in collaborative games. We've allowed them to be able to sit together on the floor, sit together in different areas. Now they will have to remain in their seats. We will be encouraging children to bring their own sort of little kit with things that they may be interested in doing. So if they have favorite comic books, if they have puzzle books, word search books, any of that they'd like to use when they have indoor routines, but they will not be able to engage in any kind of collaborative activity, unfortunately.
Okay, perfect. That's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I have Trustee Iafredi next.
Thank you, Trustee Iafredi.
Thank you. I have a comment and then a question. So there's, as we know, there's a lot of questions on the sidebar. I just want to make sure that the people that are listening, that we are going to be discussing class sizes. Is that going to happen shortly?
Yes, I believe Director Designate Batista will be.
Okay, perfect. So my question is, with respects to kindergarten classrooms and the single desk, a lot of the classrooms don't have single desks. They have the big round desks and kids congregate around it. Will we be moving that out and getting single desks for the kindergartens, or how's that going to work?
I believe that Director Designate Batista has been gathering information along with all the academic SOs for the elementary level, and she can respond to that. Director Designate Batista?
Yes, thank you. In terms of kindergarten, you need to know that our consultants are working with other consultants and ministry staff, the early years, to gather more information, collaborate on the kindergarten program. What we are saying in the kindergarten rooms is that we are asking that all furniture, extra furniture, is taken out of the class. But even if you have tables, in most cases they can be moved around, rearranged, and it is possible to have two students at a table, 2 to 3 students, depending on the configuration. So we will be working with the full day kindergarten teachers. Our consultants will be reaching out to them and giving them suggestions on how on the classroom layout. But we will be removing excess furniture from the room, especially furniture like couches, beanbag chairs, the rugs will be removed.
So if you have a round desk, would you put 3 kids at that desk or 2 kids at?
It depends on how big the table is, and so it would vary. So we've seen some tables where you could put two students, and there's some others that you could put 3.
Okay, perfect. And one more question, sorry, Chair Marchese, for either you or Director Batista or Associate Director DiNardo. Children on recess have to go to the washroom. How's that going to be handled? They come in, they're not going to have their masks. How are we going to facilitate that?
So, through you, Madam Chair, to Trustee Iafredi, there won't be anybody in there at that time that they would meet in the hallways. I can see where if they came in during the lunchtime recess, but we are putting into practice that before the students go out, they have an opportunity to use the washroom, especially our primary students. We will try to put that into a plan to the best of our ability in order to not have that happen. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, and it goes without saying, there's no buddy system. They go on their own.
No, there will be no buddy system, but every school has different practices. So they would have to go to the teacher in most cases, get a washroom pass, which the teachers use pegs, which they would attach to the child wearing gloves, and then nobody touches it, or there has to be, they'll put in place a routine that'll work for them to ensure that the teacher knows or he knows how many students he has in the washroom at that time. That'll help with the monitoring of how many children are in there. But they will be putting those routines in place at the school level.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I have a question that Trustee McNichol has posed on the chat, and she'd like to know what we are doing about cubby holes and code hooks. Will they be those areas?
Did you say code books, Chair Marchese?
I did in the cubbies?
Yes, no, they will not be used. They're too close together and they will not be used. The students will bring their belongings inside the room, and they will hook them onto the back of their seats.
Okay, thank you. I have Trustee Crow.
Thank you. I'd like to get back to the issue of not wearing masks at recess. If a parent requests that their child wears their mask all day, or if a student is extremely anxious and doesn't want to remove their mask, can they wear their mask outside at recess?
Absolutely, yes, they can, Trustee Crow. The concern about them bringing their mask outside would have been what to do with the mask once they got outside if they wanted to remove it. But if a parent knows that their little one is anxious and he or she is going to feel more comfortable being at school wearing a mask, and he or she will keep it on during recess, we're perfectly fine with that. Because the problem is that they're playing outside, especially our young students. They're having so much fun. Their hands obviously get soiled just from what the toys they're playing with or whatever they're playing with. And then they start handling the mask and they end up touching the inside of the mask. And that's more problematic. Sometimes that's worse than having a mask on, is when you have on a soiled mask.
Does that answer your question, Trustee Crow?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, I have Trustee McNichol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused with the elementary and secondary drop-off and pickup. I have a feeling a lot of parents will not be using transportation and want to drive their kids to the school and pick them up. Are we going to be making any accommodation for high volume of traffic? And how are we going to be able to guarantee social distancing at dismissal time?
I'm going to turn that over to Superintendent Sarna, who oversaw the subcommittee on planning and logistics. Jennifer?
So what we have in place will be staggered dismissal. So if we want to just talk about that first. So what that will mean is that different quadrants or areas of the school will be released at different times to minimize sort of that Russian crowd of kids through the hallway, and then will also help us to streamline the bus as they board the bus. There are very clear, concise instructions that our bus consortium have put together that will be part of the communication that goes out to parents and is also used in our sort of educational training for first teachers and then most importantly our students as they return to school. In secondary, it's kind of the same idea. We will have a staggered dismissal. We will be encouraging them to understand, just like they have been practicing when they go into the community, that they are not to just all push onto the bus at the same time. There will be the expectation that they leave the distance between one another as they board the bus. The bus drivers have been trained in how to ensure that students are filing in an appropriate fashion. Now, I don't know if I answered everything though, Trustee McNichol.
No, actually, that wasn't my question. My question was, how are we going to be able to handle the overflow of traffic with parents driving their kids to school instead of putting them on buses? We're going to have a higher volume of cars or vehicles in a school parking lot. Have we thought of how we're going to handle that? That's both elementary and secondary.
Right. So sort of connected to that. So then we are also going to be using the data that we get from our survey. And as we start to get preliminary numbers, we are starting to see that similar to other boards, we may have roughly 20 to 25% of families that initially indicate that they choose the remote learning. In the secondary, you remove those from our population, and then you consider that we're going to also be cohorting and only having half the number arriving on a particular day. We may find that we don't have as many. We have talked about this issue again with the traffic consortium, and there were meetings that have taken place with different municipalities about how to manage this, but we're kind of stuck because without our data, we're not sure what kind of numbers we're dealing with, but it's going to have to be part of the communication to families that we cannot have them gathering near. There are some plans to have drop-off meeting points and then students escorted to the school. I know that's part of a plan that is underway in some areas in Markham. So that's kind of where we're going. All of it is just working together to try to minimize that crush that you are very right. We see a lot in both of our schools, elementary and secondary, as the day ends.
Trustee McNichol?
I'm fine, thank you.
I have Trustee Cotton.
Thank you. Just in line with what Superintendent Sarna was saying, I was wondering if the latest version of our survey does ask parents to check off, the ones who've chosen face-to-face learning, if their child or children will be riding the bus. And would that not be helpful for us?
Through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Cotton, that was a question on the survey. If they qualify for transportation, will they be sending their children on the bus?
Oh, great. So we will be able to actually provide more data to them when they cross-analyze the cohort and how many of them will be arriving by bus. Then they should be able to predict how many, even if the rest of them were all driven, they'll know how many cars are coming.
Right, yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, would you like to continue?
Thank you so much. And thank you, Chair Marchese. I just want to take 1 second and go back. I just received the question myself to clarify that when you look at the plan, and I guess it was missed when we went through the PowerPoint, the elementary recess, the not wearing of the masks was recommended by York Region Public Health. That was not a board decision. It was the decision of Public Health that was the best option for our students. So I'll just continue now with lunch and snacks. So we're canceling all lunch programs until further notice. Cafeteria food service and vending machines will not be available We cannot sanitize after each use, and we do not want to put our students at risk. Also, all foods and liquids consumed during the day must be brought from home by the student. Elementary students will eat their lunches at their own desks, and students will eat their snacks in class, again, at their own desks when it's their snack time. Parents and guardians are responsible for sending snacks and lunches from home with students, and parents are not to drop off lunches for their children. Students are not to be picked up and taken out for lunch. We would prefer that if you pick up your child, as we said earlier, it is only for an emergency purpose or reason, or if you have an appointment as Trustee Wigston suggested, absolutely. But if you could please not drop off lunches and get your children used to bringing their lunch every day from home until we are blessed and lucky enough to be able to start the hot lunch programs again, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. That will continue to help us keep risk factors away. Also, we are going to insist that students do not share their food. We have always had a no sharing of food policy, so we are just going to continue with that. And we will ensure that students wash or sanitize their hands before and after they eat. We will be continuing with the Food for Learning programs in registered elementary schools, and we will also be continuing with it at the St. Luke's Catholic Learning Center.
I have a question from
Ms. Gordon?
No, Trustee Ecker.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying she hasn't changed the slide. Sorry, go ahead, Ms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, you talk about lunches with respect to students, and we ask them to bring their lunches to school and not to leave to go home for lunch and not to have stuff dropped off. What about teachers? Are we expecting the same protocol that teachers will be staying at school during lunch as well?
Thank you for that, Trustee Ecker, because that was one of the questions that I actually brought up myself to the doctor in the medical officer's office here with York Public Health. And what I was told is it is not necessary for the adults. It is different for our students. And what they were saying is that what they're looking at is the fact that our adults and our teachers belong to a separate cohort. So they were talking about it in cohorts, and the way they saw it, it was completely different at that level, and teachers are not going to be together. So they're going to be part of a school cohort, but even our staffs, teachers, all our staff, our EAs, our ECs, our EIs, they are not going to be congregating as they have in the past. So they will also be social distancing. They will be going directly to their rooms. If they're coming into the staff room, there will be designated marked seats where they can sit. They have to ensure that they're physically distancing. But I'm going to tell you that we have spoken with all of the union presidents, I believe except one. We haven't completed the rounds yet, and they all know that we are going to be asking everybody, including staff, to please refrain where possible from going out. We're going to be suggesting that they also stay in, but as I said, it's a completely different level of concern. We were assured that because of how their bubble works, it's different than our students who are in a class together as a cohort.
Supplemental. So I appreciate that, but I'm just still thinking if I'm a teacher and I go out to McDonald's to pick up, Big Mac and fries, what have you, and I'm going with a couple of other teachers that maybe aren't in my classroom, it still seems to me as we're not social distancing, if you will.
Teachers are not going anywhere together in groups. That's
Okay.
the whole piece. They have to
Perfect.
social distance, and they have to follow all the same rules.
Okay, good.
So-
As long as that's the case, because I think that's a concern that I think it's a valid concern, right?
They would not put themselves and their families at that kind of risk. So if they're going to go out, they will have their masks on. They will go out like they do to the community now, where they will be masked at all times. They will not be going in groups. They will be going on their own. And many of them will do what they need to do just to pick up, like you said, maybe pick up lunch, because they also may not want to be in a staff room with another. In some cases, we have up to over 100 staff members. So, and it will have limited space and availability to them. So absolutely. Chair Marchese?
I have Chair. Sorry, Trustee Ecker. Does that
Yes,
answer?
thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Cantasano and then Trustee Crow.
Thank you, Chair Marchese. So along the same lines as what Trustee Ecker was just asking and about teachers leaving the school for lunch, my question is surrounding supply teachers, let's say, French teachers that are teaching across 2 schools. Is the intent still going to be that they are going to be traveling from school to school, or are we limiting them to one school?
Designate Director Batista, would you like to answer, or would you like me to answer? So
I can answer, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Cantasano. So the itinerant teachers will be still going from school to school. I mean, we rely on the itinerant teachers to provide the planning time for our teachers. We did hear from public health, because there was a lot of discussion around itinerant teachers. We heard from public health that what is most critical is student-to-student contacts and not adult-to-student contact. And of course, these itinerant teachers, when they are going from school to school, they're going to follow all the proper health and safety protocols. That's why when we have our PA days this week, you know, we have a full day, probably 2 days, you know, just focused on health and safety protocols for everyone, so they will know exactly what to do when they enter a school, enter their new school, what they're doing. They will be masked and they will be physically distancing from the children.
Okay, thank you, Director Batista. So then my next question surrounds EAs, and my understanding is that sometimes a student requires more than one EA, or more than one EA is assigned to a particular student. Will that still be the case in that situation?
I think that whenever possible, we would try to, when we're assigning EAs, try to keep as much as possible the same EA with the student. You know, of course, the EA may be working with other students, but it would be the same idea in terms of the itinerant teachers. I mean, we will also have music teachers going into rooms, so we would follow the same protocol.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Trustee Crow.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, it was said that some schools have 100 staff, but I believe those are high schools. Don't they have multiple rooms where they can go and have their lunch? We're not actually expecting 100 staff to try and socially distance in one staff room. Is that correct?
No, absolutely, Trustee Crow. I will turn it over to Superintendent Pavato. That isn't what I meant. I meant you can have a staff up to of 100 in high schools. In some cases, there's even more when you count all your EAs, your clerical, and everyone else. They do have different areas in which to congregate, but I'll turn it over to Superintendent Pavato.
Thank you, Associate Director DiNardo. Through you to Trustee Kroll, the number of rooms in every school is approximately equivalent to our staff. And we would hope that after the departure time in the later part of the morning, prior to the staff, after the students depart, that staff are able to isolate themselves in their own classrooms for the purposes of having their lunches. There are also a number of workrooms in the event that we are short of classrooms, where if, for example, a room is shared by 2 teachers over multiple periods, that other teacher could occupy the departmental workroom space.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, I have Trustee Mazzotta next, and then I'm going to ask for trustees just to hold off on your questions to allow Associate Director DiNardo to finish her part of the presentation, because we still have 3 additional areas, lengthy areas to discuss as well. Trustee Mazzotta?
Thank you, Chair Marchese. Just want to add this comment because it is a very important one. I have great faith in the principles of our system, the principles and principles of our system. Many of the questions that were asked tonight and are being asked tonight are daily operational issues. And under the Act, under Section 11 of the Act, the principal is in charge, subject to the authority of the appropriate supervisory officer, which I have great faith in our supervisory officers also, is in charge of the instruction and the discipline of pupils in the school, and B, the organization and management of the school. They're all aware that safety is the highest priority for our board, and by having that it is the highest priority, our principals will do whatever they can, I would think, to keep it as safe as possible in the school areas. And it is important that if they see something that isn't going right, that they notify their superintendent, and then the superintendent can bring it up to the director and to the trustees in order to resolve any issue. Every school is different. Every building is different. School populations are different. We just want to ensure that safety is always the highest priority, especially in these unprecedented times. I just wanted to make that comment because it is important to always have your faith in the principals of the school, who are the glue that keeps everything together in a school setting. And I thank them, if they're listening right now, the principals and VPs, for their excellent work in the past, and I know you'll do a great job in the future.
All right, Associate Director DiNardo, if you'd like to finish the presentation.
Thank you so much. Water bottles, we spoke a little bit about this earlier. We're asking students to bring in their own water bottles, preferably ones that can be refilled. And there will be signs posted at the drinking fountains to remind students that they are not to drink at the fountains. They're using them simply to refill their water bottles. Washroom use, we are going to be posting a sign outside the washroom that indicates the maximum capacity. And exactly to what Trustee Mazzotta was saying, the principals, the administrators teams in our schools will be taking a look at all of this and making sure that everything is in place. Certain stalls in the washroom and urinals will be marked as not to be used. Hand dryers will not be used in the washroom for the same reason we will not have fans in our classrooms. There will be additional paper towel dispensers or paper towel provided in our washrooms. Students in grades 4 to 12 will be wearing their masks while going to the washroom, anywhere in the school, anywhere in the hallways. Therefore, there will be signs reminding students to wash their hands continuously, wash them when they're leaving the washroom, and if they want to hand sanitize when they go back to their classrooms, there will be plenty of signs to remind them. And as I said to you earlier, where possible, our primary classes will be including washroom breaks and into their daily routines. I'm going to turn it now quickly over to Mr. McLaughlin around the enhanced cleaning and disinfecting.
Thank you, Associate Director DiNardo. As I said last week, cleaning is going to take place. All the high-touched areas will be cleaned a minimum of twice during the day. Before I answered a question specifically about the washrooms, but we'll also be doing all the touch points throughout the school, like corridor doors, drinking fountains, bottle filling stations, the like. The custodians will also be performing inspections to make sure paper towel and soap dispensers are refilled. All the regular cleaning will be done after hours. I've received some inquiries from parents about that there would be fogging done during the day. That will not take place. Regular cleaning will take place after hours. We're using cleaners that are, they have a DIN number, a drug information number. That was a directive by York Public Health, and our cleaners are certified. Special needs change rooms, as much as possible, they're going to try to schedule the changes, and the custodians will clean the rooms between children going in to be changed or diapered. Obviously, if something happens unscheduled, they will adjust to clean between uses as well. If they use any of the special needs areas, such as the calming rooms or the desensitization rooms, they will be cleaned between use as well. Our preference is sanitizing wipes, but in the absence of sanitizing wipes, there will be spray bottles made available for staff to use to spot clean or to clean between resources. So what I mean by that is if they were sharing a computer or a remote for a presentation, it would be clean between use by students and staff. This will be a lot of extra cleaning. So we are looking at juggling schedules. I've had a number of discussions with the union executive, in particular Mike Saliba, the president of QP 1571, and we're looking at redeploying some of the afternoon custodians to assist with the cleaning during the day by bringing an afternoon custodian forward, obviously. In addition, the government made an announcement about hiring extra staff, and we were granted about $1.25 million to hire additional supply custodians. So this cleaning that I'm talking about, the special needs change rooms, the classrooms, the high touch areas, that will all be done primarily by custodians. That's why we're looking at bringing somebody forward from the afternoon shift to help the day custodian. The spot wiping of, say, shared resources like a remote or a computer is possibly done by teachers, because it could be they're doing something in the class, even though we're discouraging shared resources, but it might be something that has to be done. So we would make the sanitizing wiper or spray bottle and cloth available to teachers. I think that's it. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you so much, Joe. And now I'd like to turn it over to Director Designate Batista to review the schedules.
Thank you. So I'm going to go through this. We have presented the schedules previously, but I will just highlight some of the changes to the schedules. Firstly, the elementary schedules, in-person, face-to-face, be in-person, face-to-face 5 days a week. So teachers and principals, they're going to create their own schedules. Every teacher will have their own schedule depending on, when they have their French, their music, phys ed. But it's regular start time, regular dismissal time. So it's a regular day for the students with enhanced health and safety protocols, of course. I'd like to talk about the remote learning. So with the remote learning, as you know, parents have the option to choose between face-to-face and remote learning. We have our survey is out there, and I encourage everyone to respond to the survey. I think we have, today, I think we heard 75% have responded, so that's fantastic. So with the Google Classroom, the virtual learning, what will happen in elementary is that we will be creating virtual classrooms, and parents have been asking, you know, if they're in a virtual classroom, does my daughter, is she able to stay with her friend? And yes, that's what we would be doing, is that when we are creating these virtual classrooms, we will go from school to school, and we'd probably go from area to area. Of course, we need to know what the numbers are at choosing remote, but we would go by area, school, and grade. So we will be creating virtual classrooms, and these students and then those students from one school would be grouped together with students from other schools, and like I said, we will try to keep the areas together. Of course, there will be teachers assigned to these classrooms. Now, it will not necessarily be the teacher at your home school. It could be, but not necessarily. It could be a teacher from another school that is taking on the virtual classroom. We will have we will have an administrator assigned to the virtual learning, because that's important. And I guess depending on the number of students opting for remote learning, we may need more than one administrator, and we would need some secretarial support also. Now, there were some questions. I know that parents asked about the time to switch back and forth. Initially, we did have 2 dates, but then, you know, in speaking with other boards and with the ministry, they did recommend that we have one fall date for switching between online and face-to-face. So we felt that it would be best to choose. Best to choose an early date. And that's what we went with, is the early date. What you need to know.
We'll just give Director-designate Batista a few minutes to come back.
Chair Marchese, would you like me to continue reading until she comes back?
Absolutely, thank you.
You're very welcome. So all teachers will create a Google D2L classroom, and synchronous instruction will occur twice, in the AM and in the PM. In the AM, it occurs at 9 a.m. for primary, 10 a.m. for junior, and 11 a.m. for intermediate. In the PM, from 2:30 to 3:30 for all divisions. Synchronous support involves being available to students in real time and targets all itinerant subjects, plus some other subjects as well. Conferencing is also a component of these blocks, and asynchronous blocks are provided in the PM, in the AM for kindergarten as well. So these are the English stream schedules. I'm not going to go through the schedules. They will be posted. And unless, Ms. Clapham, there's anything that you're aware of that has to be shared in these, I think they're very clear. These are just sample remote schedules. We have some for kindergarten. We have some for Sorry?
I'm sorry, you did cut out.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so there's some sample schedules for FDK for primary, for junior, and I see that your designate Batista's back. So Mary, I just read the other piece for you, and I was just walking these without really going through them. So
Yeah.
back to you, and if you need me, I'm right here.
Sorry, I had a tickle in my throat. I needed to get some water.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I just had a tickle in my throat.
No problem. Okay.
Now, with the curriculum in terms of remote and live, we are standardizing the long-range plans so that if a parent wants to move from remote to face-to-face, they will, the teachers will be at the same point in the year in terms of the curriculum. Not exactly, but close to it. So we will be standardizing the long-range plans in elementary to help with that. And so then we have our remote schedules, which will be a mix of synchronous instructional and support. So instructional means teacher will be there with the classroom through Google Meet. Support, whenever it says support, it means that they will be available to students. It could be that students are working on something, but the teacher will be there live to answer questions in the Google Classroom or in the virtual learning environment. And of course, there's time during the day when they will be engaged in asynchronous learning and doing work on their own independently. If you could continue. So these are the English stream schedules. You will see even in the virtual, we have itinerant times there, and there will be teachers assigned to these virtual classrooms. So we will have French teachers, music teachers, phys ed, and they will be assigned.
Associate Director DiNardo.
Associate Director Nardo, can I just ask you a question in reference to this? I know that we're talking about schedules and everything, but is there a date when the synchronous learning will be beginning? Like we've done the staggered for the first week. Is there any synchronous happening that first week or not? I think parents want to know that if they're on the synchronous cohort.
Sorry, Trustee Mazzano. My understanding is that it will begin right at the beginning. As far as I'm aware, as I said, this is one section of the plan that was overseen mainly by Director Designate Batista, but I'm sure that it will be starting at the same time because it's part of the plan as it's written. You okay?
Yes, it will. Sorry. Yes, it will. We expect it to start. We'll start on the first day. Thank you.
I have a question. If remote learners will be receiving textbooks?
So yes, remote learners will be receiving textbooks. There will be some virtual textbooks and resources, but they will be receiving textbooks from their schools, their home schools.
Okay, thank you. And I have Trustee Wixton.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, so my question's gone.
Okay, let us know when it comes back. Trustee, would you like me to?
Was that Cotton?
So no, that was Trustee McNichol. Would you like me just to ask the question, Trustee McNichol? All right. Trustee McNichol, would you like to ask the question? The question is regarding parents working full-time and synchronous learning, will there be flexibility given to students who cannot sign on regularly?
Well, that's a good question. In fact, we were talking about that today with the ministry in terms of attendance in the remote learning classes. I think that we need to see activity in the classroom. So we would need to see activity in the classroom at least once a day. I mean, teachers will have their lessons posted on the virtual learning environment, and there will be asynchronous work. I think if that's the case, it would be a conversation with the teacher and the principal if that is an issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I now have Trustee Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions, Director Designate Batista. One, first of all, can you just confirm that the new version of the class schedules, especially primary and junior, are meeting the 225 minutes mandated by the ministry for synchronous learning? And secondly, if, God forbid, there is a worsening situation in the province and our schools have to close again, will all the students who are participating in face-to-face learning begin to be taught by the same teacher they've had to date, simply in a remote method? So will they stay in their class with their teacher and just switch from attending school to remote in case of a pandemic surge?
Okay, thank you for that question. Through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Cotton. Yes, if there is a second wave and we are all asked to, schools are closed, stay home, they will go right into the distance learning. It would be the same teacher. Teachers are asked to create their own virtual learning environments from day one. They've had experience and they've had many workshops. I'm very proud of our teachers because they did a fantastic job, from March until June in terms of embracing this technology. We will be providing added workshops for these teachers, but I'm almost certain that the majority of our teachers will start the year with creating their own virtual learning environment, and that's what we hope for, because what will happen is that if we do need to go from face-to-face to total distance learning, remote learning, they will be responsible for their own class. Yes.
Thank you for that. And my first question was about whether the primary and junior specifically new sample schedules are now meeting the ministry mandated 225 minutes per day of synchronous learning.
Yes, they do. All of our schedules meet the daily learning requirement.
Thank you.
So I have a question. If with this platform, then are we saying that there is no itinerant subjects taught?
Yes, there are. Yes, in the remote learning.
Okay. Just in the remote learning?
Yes, there will be the itinerant subjects will be taught in the remote learning also. A virtual French teacher, virtual music teacher.
Okay, thank you. I have Trustee Cantasano. Sorry, no, I have Trustee Wigston first and then Trustee Cantasano.
Thank you. The train came back to the station. So I just wanted to say first, thank you. I appreciate that we have staggered the learning for the remote learning for our divisions, so as to help families with multiple children. But there is the overlap in the afternoon when all of them are together, like all of them are doing remote learning at the same time, are we offering any support in the same way as we did before to those families that might be trying to share devices?
Well, we did give some, we will be, actually, I don't know if it's in here, but we will be giving some direction to the virtual teachers to adhere to a timetable like we did before, like with the primary, the junior, and the intermediate for families where everyone is doing the remote learning, so that it could be worked out if they are sharing devices, etc. We will be providing those guidelines to these virtual teachers. Once we know who they are, once we know how many we need, we will meet with these teachers.
Thank you. And I've got a follow-up question to Trustee Cotton's question about if there's a resurgence. Then those students who are presently remote learners, will they maintain the same schedule then as they were before? So some students are going to be having possibly different schedules depending on whether you started face-to-face or remote?
So what could happen is if we go from face-to-face to remote learning, the schedules may change, but the same subjects would be taught.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one more question from, I have Trustee Cantisano and then Trustee Crow.
Thank you, Chair Marchese. Director Batista, so my question is, can you go back a couple of slides? So not the grade 7 and 8 sample schedule, the previous one. Okay.
This one?
That one, okay. And then the next one, I didn't originally see the French. So the question about the itinerant subjects was me, but I guess I just missed them when I originally saw them.
And if you look at this, the itinerant subjects are in the red.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. And then my next question is, so let's say we do have another wave, and so you have some students that are in class being taught by teacher A, and then you have some students that are doing remote learning taught by teacher B. So if we have another wave, who is going to be the teacher of that particular class? Is it still going to be teacher A and teacher B, or does teacher A become the remote teacher, or how does that all work?
Okay, so through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Cantisano. So what would happen is the student in the virtual class with the virtual teacher would continue, and the teacher with the face-to-face students would move to remote, but keep the same class.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I have the last question is from Trustee Crow.
Ms. Batista, I don't think you answered Trustee Wixton's question completely, and it could have been because you were, I think you're still having a bit of a tickle in your throat. But her second part was that in the afternoon, all the grades are expected to be on at the same time for synchronous learning. So will we be providing devices for families like we did last time? And especially because of that, could some families actually get one per child if they don't have the devices?
Yes, so we will be providing technology for families who need the technology. And so what would happen is, I know that we did distribute technology last year, and I think the families still have that technology. So if they are continuing with the remote learning, they would keep that technology. but we will, on a case-by-case basis, we would look at each situation, each family situation, and if we do need to provide the devices, we will.
Thanks.
And I just wanted to mention one other thing. I don't know if we went through the French immersion schedules. What we decided in the French immersion remote learning. So if we have parents opting for remote learning in French immersion, we would be expecting the teacher to be teaching the French and the English, just so you know, when in the junior and intermediate.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Sorry. Trustee Crowe, are you done?
Yes, I am done. Sorry.
Okay. Trustee Giuliani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm just going through some of my emails and some questions from constituents of my area. As you know, we have an HPA program at Holy Cross, which, as everyone knows, is a specialized program. How's this program going to look as we go through these scenarios over the next, for the start of the school year? That is the question from one of my constituents. So if I can get an answer to that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Superintendent Sarna here. I can help with this one. So, Trustee Giuliani, we have just received clearance on our secondary adapted model today. And we were waiting for the approval and the clearance because now that we know what it looks like, I've already been in dialogue with the principal from Holy Cross, along with the principals from a number of our schools that have specialty programs. And we are going to have to ensure that we can still offer those programs. However, they might look a little different. The beauty of the HPA program at Holy Cross is that the entire program is based on flexibility. And it will be up to now the teachers and the principal, along with myself helping and guiding out, to develop a flexible structure that still allows the students to have the opportunity to train with their respective teams and their facilities, but yet still have their educational pathway unfold. So that's the long answer. The short answer is we don't know yet, but we will put our minds to it and figure it out as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have Trustee, where am I here? I have Trustee McNichol, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to know, a French immersion student, if they decide to do remote, will they lose their spot at their home school for French immersion?
Through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee McNichol. So if they are in a French immersion class and they go to remote, no, they wouldn't. They would not lose their spot.
Thank you.
I now have Trustee Wixton.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple of questions. One of them is back to the face-to-face model. So students that, oh, sorry, and James was supposed to be before me, but back to the face-to-face model, students that are receiving core support and need to go to the core room, or students that are receiving support from central staff like speech therapy, how is this going to be managed? Is it going to be done remotely? Is it going to be done in person? And how does this affect the groupings of students?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Trustee Wixton. Is Superintendent Canto on the line? Is she here this evening?
You talking about me, Mary Candido?
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can answer your question. Basically, The consultants who support our students in the special ed program will be working virtually. And if there is an essential need, then the principal and the core resource staff will look at that, and they will visit the school in proper PPE, following all the safety protocols to meet with that child to support them. So that's how that will work. So again, virtual support, ongoing, and if it is essential, face-to-face support for those students. Have I answered your question?
I just want to check then, please, does that mean the core rooms are not open to students during the day for face-to-face students?
So students who attend specialized centers like ISA or TD centers, hearing centers, they will remain in those cohorts for the day, and they will not go to their regular classrooms. And they will be supported by their center teachers, and all other subject areas, the center teacher will work with the classroom teacher to provide asynchronous learning at other times of the day. So they will remain in that cohort. For our students who have a integrated model where they're receiving core resource support once a day or 3 times a week, they will remain in their classroom, which is their cohort, and they will receive core resource support virtually. So at a specific time, the core resource teacher will come on into a Google Meet, and the children will work with their earphones and work on their computers with their core teacher. And oftentimes they have a specific reading program or a writing program they're following, and they will tune in that way. Now, if some of those core resource students are following a virtual learning platform, then they too can chime in at those specific times with the core resource teacher. So they're in different locations, but still working with their core resource teacher on whatever remedial or support program that they're running with the students.
Okay, thank you. I think that helped clarify things. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, so before I move on to Trustee Ecker, to Ms. Clapham, I'm getting some information that there's some audio problems. Is that something you can see, check your systems for?
Yes, I'll do that right away.
Okay, thank you. I have Trustee Ecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to to Director Batista. Understanding that classes in schools are going to look different this year, and I understand that we're not going to be giving exams for high school students, and there'll be more cumulative or summative type work. My question is, I'm afraid, or not afraid, but I just want to make sure that we have some sort of guiding principles in terms of what type of workload that the teachers will be giving the students to ensure that, from a mental health perspective, I know that whether you're going in class or you're going to school remotely, to ensure that, students still have, a balance in life, so that they're not just being dumped on with homework and stuff like that. So is there any sort of guiding principle as to what the expectations are, or is it basically based on teacher to teacher?
Through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Ecker, we would still follow our homework policy and the guidelines.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I have Trustee Giuliani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to everyone. It is a concern of my constituents, several of them this year more so than ever, and it's regards to TCH-19s. We have the possibility of siblings going to one school and the younger sibling going to another. That puts a tremendous strain on a family. Chair Marchese, if you could shut off your mic, please. And especially during a pandemic situation, there might also be some risks there, having siblings split into 2 different schools. So therefore, on behalf of my constituents and several emails and concerns I've been getting, I certainly hope that we can make all these accommodations before school starts. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's my comment.
Thank you. The superintendents are reviewing TCH-19s on a daily basis, and they will approve whenever they can on a daily basis.
Thank you. I have Trustee Brady.
Hi, thank you, Chair Marchese, and to you, not Superintendent, sorry, Director Batista. Can we address, like, this is a big concern for parents. Can we please address the class sizes, large class sizes for kindergarten, and what our plan is with those numbers?
Yes, so of course, through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Ifredi. So in all of our plans, you know that our main priorities are the health and safety of our students. So I know that physical distancing is a concern for many parents. So with that in mind, we do have the survey results. So once we do receive the survey results, we'll be looking at the impact on each school. Now, depending on the number of students who choose the remote learning, the class sizes and face-to-face learning may decrease naturally, and it may be fine at that point. Some schools may need to reorganize, but you know, we would be looking at each school. Once we have the data, we know how many students are opting for remote learning, how many students will be physically in the building. We will be looking at each school. Principals will be looking at their TCH 25s, which is their organization, and see what effect that will have. We will look at pressure points, and of course, you know, following the Ministry of Education announcement enabling us to use some funds for additional staff. Of course, we'd be looking at the organization of the school, and we'd be looking at addressing some pressure points. But like I said, some of these issues can resolve themselves in the number of students, just by the number of students who choose remote learning. We will also look at, you know, the physical distancing. For example, if we have large class sizes, let's say an intermediate or junior, we would ask the principals to be looking at space in the school. If they can accommodate these students, relocate them, especially if, let's say, if they're in a portable, to a space in the school, a larger space. So, you know, many schools have mothballed classrooms, and we have music rooms, we have the library, the gym. So we'd be looking at all that space. But again, we do need to analyze our data. Once we have the data, we will go school by school. The principal will work with the superintendents to look at the organization of the schools, and then we will be reviewing that and making some decisions on pressure points. What are the pressure points, and if we need to add staff.
Okay, so you're going to look at all the classrooms, just not all the grades, correct?
Yes, I mean, we will be looking at the impact in each school. I mean, and you know, it could be that we need to address, let's say, an intermediate class in one school. We're going to look at each school.
Okay, so just sorry, one last question. So the important numbers here are this data. So when parents are saying they're coming to school, they're coming, and then they decide not to come, I know that they're skewing all the numbers. So what's your line in the sand, last day possible that a parent can change their mind, whether they're going remote or in school?
That's a good question. Well, we would hope that, you know, parents do make that decision, because we're going to need to make decisions. That's the issue that we find ourselves in, because we're going to have to reorganize the school. So, I mean, we're hoping that parents can, you know, feel confident about our plans and feel confident that they can make a decision. And, you know, that we will always have the the odd parent who may want to change their mind, and on a case-by-case basis, we'll see if we can accommodate. But our parents need to know that we are reorganizing once we have our data, and we will be reorganizing our schools in that sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think I have just, do I have Trustee Crow?
Yes, and it was a supplemental to Trustee Giuliani. We talked about the TCH-19s in a regular type of fall, and we put in these new processes where parents have to, apply at their home school. We've put in more controls, and that was very good. And I appreciate your answer, because we don't know how many kids are going to be in school yet, so we have to be prudent. But and we also have to, assume that maybe children will return to in-school learning if they chose virtual. But I am concerned, given that we are in a pandemic situation, that there may be cases out there where siblings, and I'm not talking about general TCH-19, somebody trying to get into a school, they should wait until we make a decision if we know we have space, etc. But siblings, if the sibling is already in the school, and if they've already been denied, and I know that staff was given the direction to allow siblings if it was all possible, but can we have the superintendents please review any sibling TCH-19s that may have been denied, and to see if there's a little bit of compassion and flexibility given the situation, and given the amount of traffic we're expecting at schools, because it just means a parent has to create traffic in 2 locations.
Thank
If
you.
I can just jump in for 1 second, I can tell Trustee Crow that I know of several instances where superintendents are doing that as we speak, and are trying very hard to get siblings together.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Cotton. And as I said, they have been working on the TCH-19s and approving. Of course, keeping the families together is a priority, and they're doing it on a daily basis. But thank you for that. They will take that back.
So if someone was denied and they still have a concern, who should they email?
The superintendent.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I have one more question from Trustee McNichol. And apparently the timetable chart showing synchronous learning beginning at 9 for 7 and I guess grade 7 and 8, but the narrative stated grade 7 and 8 synchronous would begin at 11 and repeat at 2:30 and 3:30. Could you clarify?
So Trustee McNichol will look at that, and if it needs to be changed, we will change it. Thank you. So I'd like to go to the secondary.
Sorry,
I have
one more in, please.
Yeah, we have Trustee Whitson has a question still about French immersion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, in following up to Trustee McNichol's question about French immersion students who are opting for remote learning. If when they opt for remote learning, they are unable to join a French immersion classroom, how do they reintegrate back into their original class? So I have that question. I've also had questions from parents who have asked if they choose to put their children in private school for a year, but maintain their French with private tutors. Is there some other test they can take in order to reintegrate them in the next school year? So any information you can help us out with there will be really appreciated.
So through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Wixton. So I'll address the French immersion. So the French immersion leaving our system, going to a private school, and then wanting to come back to our system?
Yes, that's
Is
one.
that-
That's one. And then the other is remaining in our system, doing remote learning, but unable to get into a French immersion remote classroom.
Well, why would they not be able to get into a French remote classroom? Like,
Are we guaranteeing to parents that we are going to have enough French immersion teachers to provide remote classes for all those students that are selecting remote learning?
well, we can't guarantee that, but I do know that we do have some French immersion teachers available for remote, but so we will be looking at that. So again, it depends on our data. So with the private school situation, so if they are going to a private school and it's a French immersion or French school, they can reintegrate back, no problem. But if they are going to, if they will leave for remote, and you're saying they want to come back to face-to-face?
Yes, but I just guess where we're having a stumbling block is that we can't guarantee our French immersion students that they're going to be able to receive French immersion instruction while they're doing remote classes, because we can't guarantee those teachers. Is there some sort of, and the other part is there a proficiency test that students can take to re-enter French immersion if they've left?
So if they've left, this is a conversation that I will be having with my curriculum department, because we have had some inquiries on this, and I will be speaking to the French consultant, the FSL consultant, and discussing this. Is there a reentry point? At the reentry point, is there an assessment that needs to be done, oral, written? So we'll be looking at that. These are extraordinary times, so we'll be looking at that.
Sorry, if I could ask one more question. Are we going to be administering the CCAT test for the grade 4 students this year?
Good
Mayor,
question. Yes.
I can address that. Today we actually met to review how we will proceed with administering the CCAT test. Of course, for those grade 4 students who actually come into the school, that will be not an issue. It's more about the students who have chosen to work virtually at home. So we're looking at different models to provide them with the opportunity to complete the CCAT in a safe manner, because of course, we understand that re-entry, et cetera, is something that has to be reviewed with York Public Health, et cetera. So we have been discussing this, and we are looking at different models to make sure that all the grade 4s have that opportunity to complete the test. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think there are a number of trustees that have had questions, as have I, about the PACE program. Are you covering that in a later slide, or would you like to address it now?
Maria, this is Elizabeth. I have a question on French immersion. Do you mind?
Okay.
Trustees had a question on PACE. If I just follow up on Trustee Wigston's question first, because I saw in the chat bar there's several questions on the PACE program.
Yep, that's fine. And then,
okay.
and then she.
I'm just concerned by Director Batista's comment, and we are talking elementary, not secondary. We do have 15 PACE centers, not PACE centers, 15 French immersion elementary schools. So we have hundreds and hundreds of students involved in our elementary French immersion program. And so if 20% of them or 25% of them, which I believe is somewhere along where we're as a system average now going towards remote learning. If that's a large mass of students choosing French immersion, I fail to understand why we cannot guarantee French immersion in the elementary panel in the virtual classroom. there should be enough students to staff those classes. I would like some reassurance that parents who have chosen French immersion, and for example, whose child is now, going to grade 7 or 8, and yet have some reason that they are choosing an online, the online virtual model, that their child would lose French immersion after so many years of committing to the program. I think I would really feel much better if Director Batista reassured all those parents that are on listening to us today that those programs are guaranteed. This is not a small little program running in a school with a few kids. And we should be able to have classes and classes of remote French immersion. I'd appreciate some comments.
Absolutely, Trustee Crow. Like I said, I would feel better once I get the results from the surveys, because I don't know. I don't know if parents are feeling that because it's French immersion, or most of them choosing the face-to-face option. So, but you're right. We do have a lot of students in French immersion, and so if students are if parents are choosing remote learning, the class sizes will decrease, and we will have those teachers, of course. So we will look at that. Of course, it will be a priority. They've been in French immersion. They shouldn't be disadvantaged because they've chosen the remote learning.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments.
Thank you.
So can I ask you now to address the issue of our PACE programs?
Yes. Okay, so, and I think the PACE program, Superintendent Candido, do you want to address the PACE program?
Yes, thank you. So we are discuss the PACE program again this morning, and the first step, of course, is the completion of those CCAT tests to make sure that all the children who are applicable will have an opportunity to join PACE in the next year. But the next part is really understanding how many of our PACE children will actually come back, how many will be virtual and how many will be face-to-face. And once we have those numbers, then we can determine which teacher will teach face-to-face and which teacher can provide a virtual PACE program. So those are all of the things we're discussing as we wait for the data. Thank you.
The trustees that had questions regarding PACE, so the response seems to be a lot of the details rest on the data and what we know about the students that are coming back for the two different models.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Maria, can I ask Superintendent a supplemental question to her comments?
Yes.
Our identified program for PACE in the elementary is the congregated model, and we bus kids in for that. And I'm putting you on a spot, and maybe somebody else would like to answer, but it's similar to the French immersion model. Yes, we are looking at numbers and all of this, but because it is an exceptionality that's identified and it's our program, do we not have to offer the program for students? And is it really not so reliant on numbers? So if there's not a lot of kids in the school, then we'll put in split grades, but I'm assuming we will be running PACE classes. I know St. Paul has a small center, and I'd like to be assured that we'll run that program even if there's not a lot of kids to choose in school, and vice versa. If a lot of them choose to go to school, that we will still have a PACE program available board-wide for each of the grades, even if it means some sort of a split class or something, because aren't we required to offer these children a program?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Crow. Yes, you're correct. And so that's what we would do. We'd be looking board wide and it may be combined classes, but we will offer the PACE program. Yes.
All right, I have Trustee Iafredi. Do you still have a question on this?
No, I have a question on secondary school schedules, but I'm not sure because I know that Director Batista is on the slides. I'm not sure she's going to talk about guidance counselors. And I know that Superintendent Pavano gave me a really great answer, and I wanted to share that with the audience. If he could. And can I, I'll just ask the question. So basically, when our guidance counselor is going to be back available to students, especially grade 12s and 11s that took summer school, and so that they can ensure that their timetables are correct for them, or if they can be changed. And
thank you, Superintendent Pavado. Would you like to share the great response?
Certainly, through you, Acting Director Batista and Chair Marchese, to Trustee Iafredi. We are developing, it actually has already been developed, a course request change form that is going to be available commencing sometime early next week with respect to any student who is wishing for a course request change. This will be digital in nature, and it'll be on each school's website as a drop down on the student tab, and will allow for a submission that is digital that will go directly to the guidance department staff. And the guidance staff will then review it in accordance with their own caseload. And then they will be responding to that and communicating either by phone or by email as the information comes in and is provided to them. So that will be our method of having our guidance counselors address these requests in the next 2 to 3 weeks' time. With respect to the summer school changes, that data has flowed in this week after our rollover this past weekend, and guidance counselors have access to that and can make those changes at any time now. If there's any further questions, I'd be happy to answer.
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
All right, I have Trustee McNichol regarding class size.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, a major concern in regards to class sizes. If classes are reduced and then parents decide to send their kids back to in-class learning, what size would this be capped at in order to maintain social distancing?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee McNichol. And so this is why we are asking for that the midpoint, that the entry in October, because after that it probably would not be possible to go back from remote to face-to-face. They may be put on a wait list. So right, what will the cap be? So that would be a school by school decision. I mean, we do have caps for every division in elementary. So as long as we are not piercing the cap, we would probably let them in, but then we would also have to look at the distancing in the classroom. So there are different factors to be considered. And that's why we're asking for the October date, because that's soon enough. And there will be room we will leave some rooms in the classrooms to account for students wanting to return from remote to face-to-face.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to talk about the secondary schedules. So as Superintendent Sarna stated, our schedule was approved just today because we were going back and forth with the ministry. There were certain things that they required, and so it did change a bit, not much, a bit, but I will go over it. So again, in secondary, the students will be in cohorts of 15 students per course, and they will be attending school every other day. When they will be dismissed early, period 1 will be 150 minutes, and then they will be dismissed. They will go home, and then they will engage in their period 2 class synchronously. If you go to the next slide, so I could see. Okay, so. Yeah, so then they would go back. They would be in period 2 class synchronously from 12:55. Sorry, the next slide. Here. From 12:30 to 3, another 150 minutes, they will be in the period 2 online course. So maybe just keep this schedule on. So in period 1, first cohort is in class face-to-face. Cohort B will be at home. And the next day, we flip. Now, what will happen is that when period 1 is in class cohort A is in class for Monday and cohort B is at home engaging in synchronous learning. I just want to go over just to make you understand how that would happen. So in the morning, the students in cohort B, along with the remote learning group. So what we want to do is those students who are opting for remote learning, we will be assigning them to their class. So they will have a regular schedule, only they are cohort C. So those students will also be at home with the cohort B students, and they're going to be at home every day because they are the remote learning students, but they will be assigned to the same teacher. They will be taking the same subject. Because then in the afternoon, when you go to period 2, it will be online synchronous learning for the whole class. Now, what we did need to add to our schedule is we needed to add, we needed to add a study hall. And so this study hall is for those students who are attending in person for the day, and they may attend the study hall as needed in the afternoon for their online course. So it is optional, and it really is for those students who may require internet access. So they can opt to stay in the school to address their period 2 course, and they will be in a location in the school, and we will have teachers supervising them to work from school. So that's a bit different. That's what we needed to include in our plan. And so I think that answers one of the questions on the side, because what about the students who might not make it home in time for period 2? Well, there could be students who are faced with that with the public transit. Those may be the ones who stay in the afternoon, but they would need to arrange for their own transportation at the end of the day. Any questions about this schedule?
I don't see the questions on the chat right now about the schedule, but there are still questions.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I have one on the schedule, Maria.
Okay, go ahead, Trustee Cotton.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify that with the change we had to make in terms of the addition of the stay at school study hall to work from there and take your period 2 there, That now means that in the afternoon, if a number of students avail themselves of that option, we will no longer, we will now have a demand on our bandwidth in the afternoon as well, whereas previously Ms. Clapham was explaining how the afternoon would be totally clear in the school. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct. We really are not, giving students the option for this. There needs to be a reason why they choose to be staying at, for the study hall. Like, is it the transportation issue? Is it the internet Wi-Fi issue? So there really does need to be a reason, because if we do not have some type of criteria, we could have everyone staying, and that's not possible.
And that would be my concern, especially if parents are doing the pickup, and
Right.
it works much better for them to have the students stay at school till after 3.
Yes, so we're going to have to discuss that with staff and to come up with, some type of form and criteria for those students who will be staying for the study hall.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
There are 2 more questions regarding the schedules, and one is from Trustee McNichol.
Thank you. I believe that the director has answered my question.
Okay, thank you. Then I have Trustee Wixton.
Okay, sorry, because I'm afraid I might have missed something here. So I totally understand what's going on in the morning, right? In the afternoon, our cohort C is going to be online with that period 2 class?
So in the afternoon, all of the students in period 2 are online. So even those
is that the high schools will be operating like a normal high school. The kids will be in the classes with the courses that they would be going to with their friends from their high school. So if I am in French immersion in a particular high school, okay, then that class, that French immersion class, period 1, will be broken up into cohort A, cohort B, and cohort C. Cohort C will be the kid. So if there's 25 kids, no, I'll pick a number divides by 3. 27 kids that were scheduled to be in that class, it is possible that 9 will be in cohort A, 9 will be in cohort B, 9 will be in cohort C. Cohort C are the kids that never come to school. Cohort A is the ones that come on one day. Cohort B is the ones that come the other day. But they all make up one class. So when and then the kids that would have had a certain different class in period 2, they're all online together online in that class. So when it flips halfway through, the kids in period 2, which then becomes period 1, the second half, the kids that were cohort C are still online. The kids in cohort A and B are alternating. I don't know if that helps, but it basically, we're just taking our schools and running with them the way they are and allowing students to be together in their groupings.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Crow. Excellent.
I hope so. I know it's very
Yeah.
difficult, and you and I have talked today. So
Yes.
so this is why and I'm not sure if you were clear enough that people really understood the change. And I had a few emails from parents while you were talking, because we were talking about in elementary we're setting up a virtual school where the kids are in school, and then we have a board-wide virtual school with maybe 1 or 2 or 3 virtual principals, and the kids are in a class with some kids from their school, some kids from another school. In secondary, we're not setting up a virtual school.
Right. So it's as if, you know, the students are going to school with their own regular timetable. That way, the issue with doing the virtual school and having a cohort C with different teachers is that we weren't confident that we would be able to offer all of the electives. So that was an issue, and the specialized programming. So this is why we thought this is the cleanest schedule that we could see, where we're addressing everybody, cohort A, B, and C.
And sorry, I have to say, it's also the best for mental health. Because the kids are in classes with kids that they know.
Just a minute. I'm sorry. Okay, can everybody please shut off their mics for a minute? Because we're getting some echo for some reason. Trustee Kroll, I see from Ms. Clapham's comment, I guess there was some internet connection lost at one point when you were making providing the explanation. Let me just see here.
Okay, I can say it again, that in elementary, are we people listening now?
Yes, go ahead.
In elementary, oh, Dominic's saying it's frozen again. No, that's okay. All right,
that's okay. Okay. I was trying to say, I haven't heard any.
Okay. In elementary, we're setting up a virtual school with a virtual principal, and kids are not in the same school as their friends that are in school. And they will be in a class with kids from other schools possibly. In secondary, we're not doing a virtual school. So if my kids goes to Cardinal Carter, they're going to be with their friends in the schedule that we had already set up in the secondary panel. And we're just running with those schedules and splitting kids up into cohort A, B, and C, and the kids, but they're all within the one same class. So I'll go back to my example. If as a class of 27 kids that would normally have been in that class had we had not COVID, 9 could be in cohort A and they'll be going alternate days. 9 can be in cohort B going the other day. And then in the and cohort C could be another 9, and they don't come to school at all. And they will all be participating together in that class. So it could be grade 12 English, and they could all be participating in that class through Google Classroom together, the kids in class and the kids in school. And then in the afternoon, all the kids that would normally be in period 2 together in that class in a regular school would be all together in that synchronous learning. And when it flips, that just keeps happening. The reason it was done was that it provides a lot of guarantees electives, such as in the French Immersion High School courses. It's good for mental health for students. It's the easiest to schedule, and it really allows us to build community at the secondary panel with the kids that have been that are choosing to stay home. And I got all of this from a conversation that I had with Ms. Batista over the last couple of days. So I'm not taking credit for this, but I was just trying to explain it the way I understood it.
Okay, I have Trustee Wigston, and then I have Trustee Cantasano.
Thank you, because I'm still and forgive me for being thick tonight. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. So if the period one teacher is teaching cohorts A, B, and C, how is cohort C receiving that lesson that A and B are receiving in person? Because my understanding up until this point was that that classroom teacher wasn't delivering a lesson from their classroom to the remote learners. Has that now changed?
Yes. So what's happening here is that the period one teacher has, let's say a third of the class, but we're not even sure of the numbers, right? Because there may only be two students in a class that have chosen remote. So what will happen is that the teacher is teaching, but the teacher will be using a Google Meet format, because there will be some students at home doing asynchronous, and so there will be time when those students will be working at home asynchronously, but the teacher will be in the Google Meet, and whatever lesson the teacher is doing, on the Google Meet, will be presenting the lesson on the computer screen, on the laptop, and so could be projected on a screen. The teacher is teaching. The people, the students at home will be listening. They will hear the teacher, but they will be following along with the lesson.
Thank you. I think that parents are going to be very happy to hear this, because up until this point, this has not been the case. And so I just have a bunch of emails now that I need to return to parents that I've told the other thing.
Oh, okay, sorry, but we told you this plan was organic.
Okay, I have Trustee Cantasano.
Thank you, Chair Marchese. So, Director Batista, I guess I'm just as thick as Trustee Wigston, because I had exactly the same question, and I still don't understand the answer. So,
okay.
So you have cohort C, who has chosen not to return to face-to-face in-class lessons. So,
right.
How are they going to do period one? And how are they going to do period two?
So period one is what I just explained. Period two, everybody is there, but I see the secondary SOs are willing to talk to this. So Super, who wants to go first? I'll leave it up to you.
I'll just start first. Thank you very much, Director Batista. So first of all, the Trustee Wigston, this is a plan that we had discussed and was our ideal plan a while ago, and you and I had talked about it. So you are correct in that what we were going to see is that the cohorts in period one, the first half, cohort A, goes to school and meets and has their lesson with the teacher. But don't forget that on that same day, the other half of the class, cohort B, is at home receiving the lesson from the teacher that, we'll use the term asynchronously, they've posted the lesson and it is available for them to work through at home. We are going to include the cohort C, those students who've chosen remote learning, in that at-home group. And then the next day, when the cohort B, who was at home on the first day, goes in and has the advantage of being with the teacher face-to-face, the first group, cohort A, will be at home and they will be working through the lessons that the teacher has posted, and right there alongside them will be the cohort C students, who will be there every day working alongside their peers with their regular home-based teachers, receiving the same instruction that they would if they were in the classroom. There's another piece, but I think that my colleague, Superintendent Pavato, may want to add something.
Yes, and that is that any teacher on period one prep within that department of those subjects that those teachers are teaching will also be joined to the Google Classrooms that have been established by those period one teachers to support their colleagues and be able to buffer any time lags in the ability of that period one teacher to provide that synchronous support.
So please
One of
ask.
the benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention one of the wonderful benefits of this is we're keeping the peer connections intact in terms of the class lists, where regardless of the cohort, they can actually continue to communicate with one another as students and peers within their own classrooms.
Okay, so thank you for the explanations, but now I guess what confuses me at this point is that my understanding up until this presentation right now was that the intention of the cohort B, who was at home in the mornings, my understanding was that they are actually working on homework and assignments from the previous day. But now, how I'm interpreting what Superintendent Sarna is saying is that they're actually working at home on a different, like potentially a different lesson, let's say, and learning it asynchronously. Am I right, or what am I confused?
Yes, Trustee Cantasano, you're right. So I think one of the things that people have failed to grasp is that every single day the teacher is teaching a brand new lesson. We cannot afford to have the teacher repeating the lesson one day for cohort A and then doing the same thing again for cohort B. If we were to do that, we wouldn't get the instructional hours and the curriculum covered as we make our way to the graduate expectations. So therefore, every single day the teacher is teaching a brand new lesson. They will be expected to post it. So the new lesson, the new material is available for the group that is at home on that particular day.
Okay, and so then my question becomes, how does that cohort B student get the support that they need on the day that they're not in class to understand the lesson? So they're going to be, they're at home trying to understand this lesson. I mean, teachers have a purpose, and that is to teach our students, right? So if this student is learning on their own or reading material that they don't understand, are they then supposed to go to school the next day, ask the teacher for clarification, potentially have to repeat the lesson to maybe that student or more students, and we're just going to be falling behind?
Well, that's one possibility, but we're hoping that's not the case. So what we're hoping, as Superintendent Pavato explained to you, by us inserting those teachers who are on a prep period and don't have a class to teach period one, they will be inserted into the classroom and they will be there for a support. So for example, I was a biology teacher for years. If I did not have a period one class to teach, as a biology teacher, I may be asked to be paired up with a biology class that was running a different teacher's class in that period one. So then on the days when the students are at home, if they are running into those very roadblocks you are indicating could happen, they will have somebody available that can answer their questions, sometimes live time, or perhaps it will be a lag of a little bit of time. But it's that support teacher that we're calling them that we hope will help cover off that concern that you've raised.
Okay. These are my explanations to all the parents that I've spoken to.
Does that answer your question?
Well, it answers my question, but doesn't mean that I'm necessarily happy.
But can I comment? It always was this way. It was never an expectation that they would be doing homework.
No.
But just to clarify, if you look at the table, it says cohort B combination of asynchronous, synchronous. There will be opportunities for those students that are at home to actually be participating with the classroom teacher and listening to the teacher, because Google Classroom can be used and those kids can actually be part of that class. It's not all going to be asynchronous for the day that they're home.
Okay, so I'm 200.
That's what it says here on the table that I'm looking at, right?
Yeah. That's what it says. But so am I to, just to recap, so that means that a student that is at home, even though they're following this lesson independently, let's say, they can still somehow be able to listen to that lesson, listen to the teacher deliver that message. Is that right? Or deliver that lesson. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, it is. It is. And also you need to know that you have 150 minutes here for one period. So as you can appreciate, you're going to have, instructional time. You're going to have time for students to be working, time for, questions. So it's not that, the teacher is teaching for that whole 150 minutes. It's a combination of asynchronous and synchronous, and the same thing would be happening with the students who are at home. So when it's time for the students to work on something, they're working at home, right?
Okay, thank you.
So I have Trustee Ecker has a question, and I'm going to ask Vice Chair Giuliani if you could just take over for a few minutes. I'm going to try to log off to deal with some of these audio problems that I'm having and log back on, but Trustee Ecker's next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to be clear because I thought I understood it, but now I'm a little bit more confused. So my understanding was we were told that synchronous and asynchronous learners might not necessarily be at the same point, and that was why we had these entry points. But what you're saying here, it looks like that they would be following along, or are we only referring to elementary at having different points, whether they're synchronous or non-synchronous?
So it is more in elementary. That's when we have those dates to switch. In secondary, we're saying that if you do want to switch, again, they're in it's the same class, period one class. So, but they could change, they could switch from, being the cohort C, totally online, to joining one of the cohorts and going face to face. So that would not be a problem in secondary. I'm not seeing this as a problem. Am I correct, Superintendent Sarna and Pavato?
Yes, Director Batista, you are correct. It's not the same. And I'm too struggling to find a way to answer the questions and the concerns that are being expressed. I don't know. Superintendent Pavato, do you have a...
No, I think that was stated well. But if need be, certainly rephrasing of the question, be happy to address it further.
So I guess my question is, in high school, it seems like it's a non-issue, but it sounds to me that it is an issue for elementary because they're two different schools, right? There's the in-class, and then there's the students that are working remotely. So that's where the issue is, that they wouldn't be able to, because it could be at different points. One teacher may start at, lesson 1, but someone else may start in a different area. So that's why I'm trying to understand, because it seems very confusing. Parents' point of view.
Yes, so Trustee Ecker, in elementary, as I stated, we will ask teachers to follow the same long-range plans so they're consistent, so that, a grade 3 teacher virtual would be, more or less at the same point as the grade 3 teacher who's face to face. The only difficulty with elementary, which isn't the case in the secondary model, is because in this secondary model, it's a class. So it's the period 1 class. And in that period 1 class, there's going to be some face-to-face. There's going to be some cohort A face-to-face, cohort B face-to-face, and a cohort C who is doing entirely remote learning. But in elementary, the issue is that with the entry points, if we reorganize a class, so we reorganize a class, and let's say from 3 grade 3 classes, we go to 2 grade 3 classes. And so some students opted for remote learning. So there could be the issue that, and this would vary from school to school, but if they want to come back to face-to-face, we may already be, at the cap for that grade 3 class. That's the difference. And so that's why we wanted to give parents the choice of moving back and forth and keep it as close to the beginning of the school year as possible. And that's why it's October 3rd, or 13th. But parents would need to let us know by October 1st or 3rd.
Okay.
So it's more of an issue in elementary, and it's not really an issue in secondary.
That's I think where I think I've landed is it seems like it's not an issue for high school, it's only for elementary. So thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Wixton, did your question get answered?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Okay, and I have Trustee Giuliani. Is your question on the schedule as well?
No, it's not, Madam Chair.
Okay, so did you want to finish with the schedule? And then I know that there are still questions.
Sorry, Maria, I didn't type, but I have a question on the schedule. And only when will parents know if they're in cohort A or cohort B?
Good question, Trustee Crow. Superintendent Pavato, we were discussing this today.
Thank you. I can't give an exact date. Our intention is to be able to provide a family-specific communication through school messenger prior to the first day of classes. Our current undertaking is working with our IT department and our Maplewood provider to use a field wherein our principals can actually begin the process based on the survey data results to assign the cohorts. When that process is done, then we will move on to our next stage in which we can do so, but I do not have an exact date. Our intention is that all families will be made aware of which cohort they have been assigned prior to the start of the September 8th start date.
All right, I've got Trustee Giuliani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. Another question for one of my constituents tonight. With regards to co-op, how are we going to be dealing with students that are taking the option of co-op? If I can get a response, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll start with that. So through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Giuliani, we have a meeting tomorrow morning with our co-op lead and our consultants in order to fine-tune the planning. We have looked at how to incorporate students into both real and virtual placements in order to allow them to get the experience and the required number of hours. We've looked at how it will fit in with the other courses they have to take in the time frame, and we are fine-tuning those details tomorrow morning. So unfortunately, we're close, but we don't have details finalized yet. But up here on the screen, thank you to Ms. Gordon, you can see a little bit of what we've been able to put together.
Just supplementary, if you're going to be discussing it tomorrow, when can parents expect to have answers? Hopefully sometime next week?
Once we get these things finalized, I'm sure, and I will allow Director Batista to add to this, but we will be including it in our website and our messaging that goes out perhaps from her specifically.
Thank you.
Yes, so through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Giuliani. So we have had discussions, with our consultants in terms of the co-op, the OEAP, the SHISM programs, and with the co-op, what we are, they will be offered virtually, and so we have some great virtual co-op placements, but we do want some in-person community placements, and they are working very hard to make these connections for the in-person, but we need to go through public health. There's a lot to go through in order to approve one of these placements. So we're working with them, but tomorrow, like you said, you are meeting with the co-op co-op consultants, and so we will provide more information to parents.
Okay, did you want to continue? And I know there's a question, and we can, if you'd like to continue, it's 10:15.
Yes, so I already spoke about the study hall. So if we want to continue, the remote learning I spoke to, and this will be on our website for parents to. I think I spoke to the curriculum already in terms of the EQAO, no EQAO in elementary. No extracurricular or field trips, and we are waiting to hear about the grade 9 math and OSSLT. Continue, please. Music. This is another subject where we will need to provide guidance to the teachers both in elementary and secondary as to what the curriculum and because of the performances and band practices and instruments are being discouraged until further notice. But there are other aspects of the curriculum and overall expectations that can be met. In phys ed, it's the same thing. And for phys ed, we are encouraging teachers to bring students outdoors and whenever possible to engage in physical education outdoors. There would be no close contact sports for the time being. And I think, one of our phys ed consultant, I think she emailed me a few days ago and said that they're organizing a virtual cross country. So more to come on that. Continue, please. And we talked about co-op. With the tech courses, it's the same thing in terms of the equipment and what needs to be done. Continue. Assessment and evaluation, I spoke to this. There's formative and summative assessments. No exams in secondary, but culminating activities. And there will be gap closing activities at the beginning. Continue. In continuing education, it will be delivered virtually. So we will have the international languages, the remedial literacy numeracy skills, and the fee-paying programs. Next. Adult ESL will also be delivered virtually until January 2021. And we did get approval for that today. Okay, students with special education needs. Sorry.
Director Batista, before you go on, I have Trustee McNichol. Has your question been answered, or would you like to ask it?
Sure. No, it hasn't been answered, but thank you. For high school, I'm unclear. If my child goes face-to-face, the time that they're spending at home, are they just watching a pre-recorded lesson, or are they able to interact with the teacher and ask questions?
Through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee McNichol. The hope is that they won't be listening to a recorded lesson. The expectation is that the teacher will post a new lesson for each day of the week, and that would be where those students at home would begin. We are trying to incorporate some sort of adaptation of what's going on in the classroom. So the live synchronous component in some way, shape, or form to be shared with those students who are at home. But it could be that on some days it is fully asynchronous. That's why we also have the additional complement of the support teacher, that is those teachers that we have identified as not having a class to teach in that particular time block. So they will be brought in as supports, and they will be able to provide the live feedback and support.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have Trustee Ecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Superintendent Sarna. I know I asked this question at our last meeting, and I was told you were going to look into it. So great segue from Trustee McNichol's question. So if a student wishes to go back to a lesson, are we in a position to record these lessons so that a student, if it doesn't work because their internet's not working or it's not convenient or what have you, or they missed it or they just want to redo the lesson from the day because they missed something, is that ability going to be there to have those daily sessions recorded so students would be able to go back at their leisure?
Well, that's going to be sort of a situation that will be up in some cases to the teacher. We usually don't recommend that they record the lessons. And part of the reason is because even though it may seem ideal to have an opportunity to go back to a recorded lesson, if a lesson is 2.5 hours long, it takes almost double that time to go back through a recording. Instead, what we encourage, and it has been in place both in school and during our recent online learning that took place from March to June, was the posting of lesson material so that the content might be there, but I don't know if you're going to ever have the recording of the voice or the interaction.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a supplementary question then to Trustee Eckers. I'm not understanding what one piece has to do with the other. What's the difference? How long it would take someone to go back and watch a 2.5-hour recording if the purpose of that individual watching the recording is because they've missed it or they want to see if they've missed something. So I'm not understanding what the reason is for not recording it.
Trustee or Chairman Casey, the whole notion of the recording, I think, takes us back to the idea of live streaming, and or it puts different parameters into place. I think what we're going to do is provide the best possible sort of education and sort of tracking and background as we always have. So when a student is in a face-to-face lesson in a class, whether it was pre-COVID or what they're going to see when they walk into school in a couple weeks' time, we don't record lessons. We use other ways to do that. We have note-taking. We have various teachers use different programs that allow for their notes that they put on the board to be immediately captured and shared with the students, and they can access them at any time. That's one of the great features of the online format. But I don't think there's going to be a live taping of a lesson.
If I could also add, though, there are different types of lessons that could be posted in a virtual learning environment. So you have Google could be a slide presentation that is posted. It could be a recorded lesson where the teacher with the teacher's voice records a lesson and posts it in the virtual learning environment. Teachers have been doing this since March with the posting of presentations and recorded lessons. I'm talking about audio recorded. And really there during that period of the 150 minutes, like I said, there's going to be teaching, short lesson. They're going to have time to work on something, then maybe bring them back, correct something, teach, and then more work, right? So it will be divided. It's not that they will be, 150 minutes, teaching a lesson. It's like the summer school model, really, if you think about it a bit.
I have Trustee McNichol. Do you have a question, or are you just making
Yes.
a comment?
No, it's a question. I just want to know why staff did not have the same re-entry date for the elementary and high school. particularly November reentry date, especially if a family had a student in both the elementary and secondary panel.
So I at least can help Trustee McNichol with the secondary panel. The dates that we chose are aligned with the switchover from the completion of courses 1 and 2 and the beginning of courses 3 and 4. So that was a very key date in the secondary panel. I will look for somebody else, one of my colleagues, to address the elementary dates.
So as we mentioned, in terms of the elementary dates, we did not want to wait till November because, you know, if they were going to switch from virtual, I mean, it may be easier to switch from face-to-face to virtual, but switching from virtual to face-to-face would be problematic once we've reorganized the school, and we wouldn't be able to reorganize once again. So that's why we had one date, and it was, we opted for early fall. Sorry, early Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
All right, if you'd like to continue, Director Batista.
So now I will turn it over to Superintendent Candido for the special education.
Thank you, Maria. So I'd like to begin by highlighting that our board recognizes students with special education or mental health needs require additional considerations for their return to school. The transition planning and additional time to support a smooth transition for students back to school has been realized through our summer transition program that starts on Monday. Several of our schools will be welcoming several of our exceptional students to prepare them for the use of PPE and what the school will look like upon their return. PowerPoints and information so that families can also work with these students have been sent to them at home, and the staff is ready to welcome these students into their schools. These programs will run for 3 days, and they look like 45 to 1 hour sessions, and they're breaking the students up into small groups so that they will be well supported when they enter the summer transition program. Of course, throughout the year, there will be a continuation of individual education plans. We will ensure consistent provision of timely and appropriate accommodations, and this is very much a part of what the core resource teacher will do with the virtual teacher or the face-to-face teacher, as we always do in reviewing the needs of our students and the individual education plans, so that those accommodations and modifications will be implemented through the school year. And of course, the IEPs will definitely be adjusted to reflect the changes in the school environment, especially when we're looking at social skills or transition. Of course, the IEPs will be tweaked so that our students can thrive and gain independence within these new settings. Marianne, the next slide. Thank you. So for our special education centers, elementary students with high special education needs who are working towards the achievement of alternative curriculum have the option of attending 5 days a week with their classroom cohort. So what this means is that if our students are integrated in the regular classroom and receive withdrawal course support, they will continue to do that. However, their core resource support will be virtual. So the core resource teacher will organize a time with the classroom teacher so that the teacher can touch base with them virtually, and they will work within their classroom. And in the same way, the children who are at home virtually, they will chime into those Google Meets as well to work on specific programming. One parent emailed us just about support with tests. Again, this is something that the core resource teacher will plan depending on the needs of those students. So if there is a test drop-in time, the core teacher will organize that and make sure that she's always, or she or he is always communicating with the classroom teacher to make sure that these students have access to the support that they deserve. Secondary students with high special education needs will have the option of attending 5 days a week assigned to a fixed self-contained special education cohort or grouping with dedicated EA support and the special education teacher as the primary instructor in an adapted school day schedule. So those 5 days a week are half a day, and then the students would be leaving for the lunchtime, and the second half of the day for our secondary students with high special needs would be virtual. But of course, that is optional, and if the students work very well in a virtual setting, that is something that the parents can decide to do depending on the needs of their child in consultation with the core resource teacher. And one more thing I wanted to highlight as well is that many of our elementary students attend centers such as the TD Center, ISA Center, Language Center, for example. Those students are bused to those locations. They will continue to attend those centers, but they will stay within that cohort. So their center experience becomes their new cohort, and that center teacher will be working with the classroom teacher to make sure that that child receives some asynchronous lessons that otherwise he would otherwise be attending in a regular school setting. So, for example, social studies, science, all of those activities would be completed asynchronously in the center with the center teacher. Marianne, the next slide, please. Students who are integrated in a regular classroom, as I just mentioned, this I've already discussed this, even in the secondary panel, students who receive core resource support in a drop-in model, for example, they will continue to drop in, but they'll drop in virtually. So they will, the core resource teacher in secondary school, again, will have certain times assigned when these students can, visit the core resource teacher virtually for support and tests or support with assignments as they would have done face-to-face pre-COVID days. Classroom accommodations and special, thank you. The safe return of medically fragile, that's okay, yeah. The safe return of medically fragile students will be supported by school staff in consultation with parents or guardians, their healthcare providers, and the local public health authorities on options for PPE, staff training, and accommodation plan that may include continued remote learning. So of course, these conversations will be had prior to the school start. Students who are medically fragile, we certainly encourage you to reach out to the school principal and the core resource teams of these schools to review the needs of your child so that we can have our team, again, review what kind of supports they will have in place. And so we're well prepared for their return and their safe return to school. The Student Services Multidisciplinary Team will continue to provide remote support to staff and students. So basically, our team will continue to consult with staff virtually. However, if there is an essential need and they need to come into the school to support a student and a teacher, then that request will be made to the school principal and a discussion will be had. And once we deem it an essential need, the staff will come in to support face-to-face. Students with special education needs will have access to assistive technology and equipment to access learning as required. And we know that our board has done a fine job of making sure that our children have everything they need in terms of equipment. Next slide. The mental health and well-being of our staff and students is an important focus as we return to school. Everyone has a role to play in supporting the social and emotional needs of our school communities. I'd like to let you know that our team is preparing an extensive PD session for staff, and we are going to be involved in that on our PA days before school starts. We have a back-to-school mental health toolkit, along with the amazing resources that are online to support our students and staff. As we all know, the mental health of our
to do the presentation on his section.
Thank you, Associate Director DiNardo. So transportation.
Tom,
Yep.
sorry, if you can just hold on a minute. Apparently, there's still some audio problems.
No problem. Just let me know.
Yeah, parents are saying on the live feed that they're not hearing any audio, and it's clicking. I've got about 20 people so far saying the same thing.
While we're waiting.
Oh, there it goes. It's back on now. I can see it.
Given the time that it's 10:36, can I ask that Mr. Pachkowski not present stuff through anything new? Please, because it's 10:36 and there's still a lot of agenda to go, Madam Chair.
Sure, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Sure, that would be my pleasure. As you said, this is in the plan itself. So there's been only a few changes in consultation with public health that we've had. The cleaning has been upgraded to once every cohort. So basically, if we are running multiple runs in the AM, we'll be cleaning that unit between each of those drop-off periods. So school A gets dropped off, we're cleaning the bus and preparing for school B, cleaning the bus, school C, cleaning the bus, and then there will be a more enhanced cleaning after the full AM run in preparation for the afternoon. Same thing in the afternoon. Pretty much with that, let me just skim through the slides here. There really isn't too much that's new other than what's already been presented and will be incorporated into the presentation. I do have some comments later about transportation funding, which would probably answer some of the questions that may potentially come up.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Trustee Cotton.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind Mr. Pachkowski that after staff has finalized their discussion on the item, that they need to get the definitive statement put into that section about whether or not children of grade 4 or older without masks will be allowed to get on the bus, and whether the bus drivers will have masks to give if they are there without one.
Through Madam Chair, thank you, Trustee Cotton. I did make that note earlier as we were talking about it with the other conversation, and we'll consider that when we're discussing it as a group. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that piece. Are we ready to move on to Mr. McLaughlin then? Associate Director DiNardo?
Yes, Chair Marchese, there was just one other question that we missed, and it was a question regarding special ed, and it was there are parents who are concerned about students who may have accommodations and are requiring movement breaks, and are we going to be able to provide those movement breaks even on rainy days? So are we thinking about DPA and how it can be handled on a rainy day? So I'll turn that to Superintendent Candido.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely considering whatever they need to meet those IEP goals. So if there are movement breaks that have been scheduled in the past, there are ways to ensure that they continue to have those in a very safe manner. So that is part of the planning that'll happen at the local level in the schools with the core resource teachers. We know that many of these children definitely need those movement breaks, or just time to rethink. We have specific areas where they can have a room to themselves. So all of those things would be certainly considered as they're planning, and of course always considering the safety piece.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, and with that, we're done.
All right, thank you. So now we have Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair Marchese. I was going to say good evening, but I think at this point it's a good night. I'm just going to take some time to give a summary of the steps we're taking to modify our HVAC systems to reduce the risk of COVID transmission. It's important to note that information is changing all the time. So the plan we have now, much like the other plans, will continue to develop as more information becomes available. Just a quick overview on COVID. The primary transmission is via direct contact and respiratory droplets through the air. I'm not going to go through the list, but I just want to point out the HVAC system modifications are just another layer in mitigating the risk. Next slide, please. So, when we look at COVID and what we're going to do to mitigate the risk, there's not a lot of recent information, but one of the professional organizations that has looked at it is the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, what you'll hear the term ASHRAE. They've released a guide to reopening schools, which we've been looking at and have been using a lot and relied on as we make modifications to our operations. We also have been discussing, excuse me, with other school boards, particularly the technical staff with our coterminous board, but we're also talking to boards throughout Ontario. This presentation is an overview. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but we have a lot of different systems. There's a lot of different types, ages of systems, and although some of the steps are similar, there's really no one-size solution fits all. We've also heard that the Ministry of Education is working on a best practices guidelines to help school boards manage and modify their systems. And when that comes out, of course, we will have a look at that and make any adjustments as necessary. So when we look at HVAC in terms of COVID, there's sort of two big things we look at. One is ventilation, or the rate or amount of outside air we bring in, and the other is filtration. Filtration is taking particulate out of the air. And so I guess in terms of the two, the first step with ventilation is we want to bring in as much outside air as possible. As everybody knows, it seems that COVID is less of a risk outside. So we'll be modifying systems by increasing outside air as much as possible. And we're also encouraging teaching staff to open exterior windows to get as much outside air. With filtration, we're looking at increasing the level of filtration. What ASHRAE recommends is trying to get to MERV 13. MERV is just a measurement tool for the efficiency. It stands for minimum efficiency reporting value. And so for any systems that have a portion of air that is returned or recirculated in the system, we're going to try to put MERV 13 in. Some of the other things we're looking at is we're encouraging teachers to utilize outdoor spaces for teaching. Obviously, that's weather dependent. We're suggesting to minimize the use of movable air moving equipment. That's a fancy name for fans or portable fans. We're looking at temperature set points. One of the things with masks is they're not all that comfortable, especially for people that aren't used to them. So if the school does have air conditioning, we're looking at lowering the temperatures so that hopefully the mask is a little more comfortable, a little more tolerable. And we're also in some situations looking at installing portable, like a manufactured filtration unit with a HEPA filter, which is even a higher level of filtration than MERV 13. And, if we put one of them in a classroom that doesn't have ventilation, we'll be aiming for about 500 cubic feet per minute. I'm going to go through and sort of talk a little more detail in each item. So ventilation, as I said, is the amount of outside air in the building. So some of the steps we're going to take, the first step will be we're going to extend the hours of operation. We're going to start the ventilation in the schools 2 hours prior to occupancy, and then we're going to run them 2 hours post occupancy to make sure the building is starting with a lot of fresh air and just flush it and keep it as fresh as possible. Hopefully for the schools without air conditioning this time of year, by flushing in the morning, it'll also drop the temperature a little and make them a little more tolerable. We'll also be looking to optimize the amount of ventilation. So we'll increase the amount of supply air, but keeping in mind that we have to keep the temperature. So particularly in the winter, if we bring in too much outside air, we won't be able to heat it. So that'll be a bit of a balancing act, because we don't want to make the occupants uncomfortable, and certainly we don't want to get to the point where we freeze stuff. As I said, staff will be encouraged to open windows, once again, to the point of comfort. We also have to be cognizant. On the news, there's been a lot about stops in windows, and the building code requires any building that has second floor windows or windows a certain height above the ground, that the maximum opening is 100 millimeters or 4 inches. So that's something, we have to balance as the other risk by opening windows. One of the things we're going to be doing, because this is a huge amount of changes to the systems all at once, we're going to have staff monitor and continue to watch the systems, particularly in the cold weather, to prevent any adverse reactions. Next slide, please. So in terms of filtration, I talked a bit about it, where ASHRAE recommends going to MERV 13. Wherever possible, we're going to do that. So part of the thing is, if you increase the level of filtration, you increase the static drop across the filter. So it's important to have as high a filter as we can get, but not lose airflow. We don't want to get to the point where, we have great filtration, but there's no air reaching the classrooms. So when I say we're going to optimize, we have to balance that. The good news is a number of the units we've looked at so far, hasn't been a huge drop in airflow with the higher level filters. And I've been talking with our coterminous board who's done some experiments and measurements, and they're finding the same result. So that's a good news. So as I said in the summary at the beginning, we're encouraging teachers to utilize the outdoor space. We're discouraging the use of fans and that type of equipment. One of the reasons is public health has indicated this can be a risk. If you have a fan that blows across one student and goes to another student, you could be picking up their respiratory emissions and blowing them to the second person. This, of course, has to be balanced. We realize some of the schools don't have air conditioning, but if fans are used, placement will be very critical to ensure they're placed in a way that won't blow the respiratory emissions from one person to the other. Schools with air conditioning, we're going to drop the temperature down to 23 to, as I say, make it comfortable. Just anecdotally watching the news, in Israel, they went back to school, they were doing really well, and then the temperature went up and people stopped wearing their masks. So that's obviously not where we want to go. There are some classrooms in schools that are older and they only have exhaust ventilation. They don't have any supply air at all going into them. In these rooms, as I said earlier, we're going to use HEPA filtration units. Each room will have a capacity of about 500 cubic feet per minute. That will ensure that air is turned over and filtered on a regular basis. So that all sounds great. It's pretty high level, but I thought just to sort of help people understand, I'd go through some of the different systems and just give an example of what we're doing. So like in a lot of the schools, we have central air handling systems. They're large fan equipment in a mechanical room. The ductwork runs in the ceiling. So as I said, on these, we'll start the equipment 2 hours prior to occupancy and run 2 hours to flush the building out. We'll increase the ventilation in these units as much as we can. And if they have return air, we'll increase the level of filtration up to MERV 13 or as high as we can get. A number of the schools also have heat pump systems. A lot of the heat pumps, the ventilation air is fixed. They either have a dedicated ventilation unit or they have a duct going to each heat pump with going directly outside. So we can't increase the ventilation on those units. But once again, we'll look at increasing the level of filtration on the heat pump. So any air that is recirculated is well filtered. A third type of unit we look at is the vertical unit ventilators. A lot of the portables have these. So once again, we'll extend the hours of operation. We'll optimize ventilation. But just to note, one of the benefits of a lot of these units is that some of them are 100% outside air. They don't do any recirculation at all, which is, we believe is good for COVID. And once again, we'll increase the level of filtration if there is recirculation. And as I mentioned earlier, for the few schools, we don't have very many, none that the whole school is like this, but a few areas of schools have exhaust-only systems, and we will be putting the HEPA units in those classrooms. Also received some questions about portables. So all our portables have mechanical ventilation units. Many are 100% outside air. So for the portables, similar to the buildings, we'll do the 2 hours pre and post and flush the air. If the units can take the higher level filter and can keep the airflow going, we'll go up to MERV 13. And once again, we'll encourage windows to be opened. Not all our portables have cooling, and once again, especially in the portables, if it's a sunny day with no cooling, it can get pretty uncomfortable. So we're going to encourage teachers to utilize outdoor spaces when they can. And if it's a terrible day and they can't get outside, we're hoping the schools can work with them and allow them to use the library or other areas of the building, maybe even the staff room, gym, something like that, just to give them some break from the heat. The last item, and I apologize, the lettering's a bit small on the slide, just the cost of some of these. I know the trustees will be interested in this. So the cost associated with increased ventilation, we're estimating to be about $1 million. That's for a whole year, assuming there's no shutdown or second wave that shuts us down. That cost represents the additional electricity and natural gas we'll have to use to heat or cool the extra ventilation air. So it gives you an idea how much extra ventilation air we're hoping to bring in. The second cost is $600,000. That's for the 2 hours, extending the ventilation window 2 hours before and 2 hours after. And once again, that's all electricity and natural gas. With the filters, we're starting to get some pricing in, and so we anticipate going to the MERV 13 filters will cost us about an extra $50,000 a year. In order to be able to change the ventilation and increase the ventilation, but not freeze out the occupants or damage the buildings, we're looking at doing quite a bit of reprogramming of our building automation systems. So the cost for the additional programming, and we'll also be adding some extra sensors and probably some control boards, we're estimating right now to be about $250,000, which when you look at it in a per school basis is about $2,500 per school. Lowering the cooling set point, you know, We're looking at the past models on temperature, but that's approximately another $500,000, and it's just for additional electricity. And then for the rooms that don't have supply ventilation, buying the HEPA filter units, we put a placeholder in for $250. We're still going through the last few schools. We've actually seen less need for that than we thought, but I'll put that in as a placeholder. So all told, we're looking at an additional cost to operate this year of in between 2.5 and 3 million. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
I have Trustee Wicksted first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I've been receiving questions from a variety of people in our community, parents and teachers alike, asking if they can send in an air purifier or a HEPA filter to their own classrooms. Do we have any guidance on that?
Yes, I guess it falls under like a portable fan or other pieces of equipment. We're really concerned as the air moves through and comes out of the filters that it's placed correctly so that it's not causing transfer of respiratory emissions from one person to another. The other thing is, like, your typical residential unit might move like 70 cubic feet of air per minute. And a lot of our HVAC systems are bringing in, 10 times that into a classroom. So I guess their effectiveness won't be very high, but and the other, as I said, concern really is the placement of it. We don't want to make things worse by putting it in the wrong spot and driving respiratory emissions from one person to another.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have Trustee Crow now.
Okay, first I'd like to do a motion to extend to, there's still a bit on the agenda, I believe. The trustees, 11:20, does that sound reasonable?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Anyone opposed?
That
passed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, can you go to the slide on the portables, please? Thank you. You provided me with some information today, and it was based on last year, and last year we had only 19 portable classrooms in the elementary panel that were in use that did not have air conditioning. And as you said, we all know that because of the structure of portables, they tend to get quite hot on hot days. And but we also know that not all kids are going to be going back to school, and some parents will probably keep their kids home for longer periods of time. So I am really hopeful that we won't need to use those portables that have no air conditioning when we go back to school in September. And hopefully we won't have to be dealing with COVID as much in May and June when it gets really hot. But my question is to Ms. Batista, really. I would like some reassurance that we go a little further than what Mr. McLaughlin has put forward here about, just using, if we have to put a class in a non-air conditioned portable. And I have half of those, if not more than half of those portables in Stouffville because the community grew and we were putting in portables that didn't have air conditioning because that was all that was available at the time. I want some reassurance that we will not try not to use those portables by using other space in the school, by assigning classes into that space, not like Mr. McLaughlin said, just using them on a hot day, but since we're not going to have our libraries open, possibly going to the expense of putting partitions in if it's a large library, and possibly putting a couple classes into the library, or a music room. And you know what? I don't know if schools, we said all schools should have chapels, but I would sacrifice a chapel in a pandemic so that students would not be in a non-air conditioned portable in the heat. So I would like some reassurance that staff will do as much as possible to address this. Ms. Batista?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair Marchese, to Trustee Crow. Yes, we will be looking at this when we do our analysis. We'll be looking at the available space in schools, and of course, these portables, classes in these portables will be a priority.
Thank you. I would greatly appreciate maybe for the September board meeting, because it's September 1st. So then for the actual next regularly scheduled board meeting, you may have some better idea. I would appreciate knowing by then, out of those 19, if we're actually using any of them as classrooms, and then maybe we as a board can further discuss other strategies. You know, it's easy to say to add air conditioning, but units may not be available, and there's only 2 weeks left until school starts. And I would like to see what can be done, and I really appreciate you putting this on as a priority.
Thank you.
Oh, and actually to Mr. McLaughlin, would putting HEPA filters into a non-air conditioned portable, because the slide says they all have mechanical ventilation units, would HEPA filters help at all? Or are they really more for filtration and they wouldn't help at all with the discomfort level that people may feel in the heat wearing masks?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Crow. They're really just filtration units, and they have fans and equipment as well. So the actual motors running would likely make the portables even hotter. So I think if the portable has good ventilation, we just stick with the ventilation units that is there, particularly the ones that have 100% outside air. I don't think there'd be a big benefit from using the HEPA units in there.
And supplemental, I can understand how you can automatically set a timer to start ventilation systems in a school. How do you do it in a standalone portable?
So staff will have to go and program the control boards. Some of the portables we have tied into the main building automation, but for the ones that aren't, it'll be a technician going out, plugging in, and making the changes.
Okay, so it's all programmable. Thank you for that. I appreciate that information.
You're welcome.
I have Trustee Ecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. McLaughlin. Mr. McLaughlin, to follow up with Trustee Crow's comments. So for schools that have portables that don't have air conditioning or what have you, obviously we're gonna look for in-house options. But if we don't have in-house options, I'm concerned in terms of two things. One, timelines as to when some of the stuff that you've recommended could be done. I know I had to get my air conditioner fixed or replaced rather, and it was 3 weeks, and it was right in the middle of July, so it wasn't a pleasant time. But I'm just wondering if we would look at, because by the time we get things queued up to have the services installed or what have you, we're going to be getting into the cool weather. If we would be willing to look at off-site locations, because I think that could solve two problems. It would get the children out of an area that's very warm and not very inviting, but also it would be done on the dime, and we could do it in short order, because really once we get into October, November, the cool weather sits and we don't have that issue. So I'm just wondering if, I appreciate what you're putting in terms of efforts with your presentation. I'm just wondering if there's something that we could do a little bit quicker that might be able to get us through the hot weather, and then we can look at some of these other ideas down the road when time is really on our side.
Thank you, Trustee Ecker. We have discussed off-site classes a bit. It really, I mean, from a plant perspective, it's not such a big deal, but moving the kids away from the school, away from the principal, away from the isolation room, into spaces that we may or may not have full control of, I think the educators, it will create a lot of problems for the educators, but I'm certain we can take it back to the senior team and discuss it a bit more.
Thank you for that.
Just a follow-up to Trustee Ecker's actually point that he raised, and that is we don't necessarily have to take them off of, well, we take them off the actual school site, but we have schools, we have 86 elementary schools, and some of them are in very close proximity. So I think those would be our first options and should always be considered as options in the event that we do have to move students to achieve the necessary social distancing. And that's where, there are our own schools and there are some logistics, obviously, but the properties belong to us. So I think that's an easier solution if in fact that needs to be done to accommodate the social distancing. But I wanted to ask Director Batista about, we had a mothballing initiative over many years to be able to save costs for schools that had capacity, excess capacity. And I think, we need to give parents assurances that, in fact, we are looking at the social distancing as our top priority. And, whether the schools are mothballed at this point may not continue to be the case. And whether those mothballed areas include porta packs, that we will do what needs to be done to ensure that the social distancing expectations are achieved.
Yes, through you, Chair Marchese. Yes, of course, when we do our analysis school by school, we will be looking at schools that have space. And of course, the first space that we would be looking at are the mothball classrooms for sure.
But even for use within that school, not only for use of students that we may need to move potentially from other schools.
Oh, no, yes, from that
okay.
school also, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I have Trustee Giuliani. Do you have a question? Okay.
Madam Chair, no, I just posted something on the chat side of things.
All right, we have then, are there any other questions for Mr. McLaughlin? All right, seeing none, we have Mr. Young.
Thank you, Chair Marchese, and good evening to all trustees and my senior team colleagues. So just confirming that you can see the slide presentation on the screen right now.
Yes, Anthony, we can.
Okay, thanks so much. So this evening, I have the pleasure of presenting a list of proposed investments based on input from the trustees and the senior team to improve the safety of the school reopening in September, as well as to improve the learning experience for our students. So just a quick background. The ministry on August 4th had announced a funding of $309 million as new funding to support various activities. I'll be going through this in more detail in the subsequent slides.
Mr. Young, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I apologize to Mr. Pachowski as well, that we missed the transportation, or I missed the transportation piece. Can I just ask you to hold your thought and just move back to Tom on the transportation COVID-19 costs?
Sure, I can rewind, no problem.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just give it a second for us to get the slide up. I just wondered if maybe you didn't want to hear from me tonight. I'll start while the slide's coming up. The purpose of this item is really to provide some context to the request that Anthony will be presenting with regards to a budget allocation for transportation to support some of the costs for the reentry plan. And the transportation cost may be due to a number of factors. We're still working on the analysis to determine what that is. So at this time, this is a preliminary number. But some of the factors are, obviously the requirements related to social distancing, enhanced cleaning, work with the dual schedules for secondary transportation, timing of the early dismissal, and also with respect to York Region Transit, we have secured the school specials, but we haven't done, or what hasn't been determined is what the impact of some of the transit schedules are with the early dismissal and how that may impact some of our students getting home. So just waiting for that one slide if you can, Marianne. Anyway, I'll proceed because I think in your packages you have the slides. Basically, as we determine the full cost of transportation, we're asking, we need to determine, what are the numbers of students that are being transported and on what routes, which students require a change to their previously planned transportation units, what's the full impact of early dismissal, and the number and types of units that may be required to be added to the system. So finalizing the variables such as the secondary timetable, which got finalized earlier today, and the survey data will certainly play a large role in determining the answers to many of these questions and our next steps. Just to give a little perspective, I included some stats in the slide that, we're STS on behalf of the YCDSB is transporting 18,000 students or just over on a daily basis. That's 799 vehicles with 1,400 daily runs. Obviously, there's a lot of interaction between those runs, and in some cases, we have buses that are triple booked in terms of they're serving 3 schools in the AM, 3 in the afternoon, and some may be serving multiple schools or between both boards. We have done some initial analysis when the minister first came out with some of his direction, and I've included them here that 75% of our runs would have exceeded 1 child if we were to use our last year's data. In consideration of the time lag between getting to ensuring that we can have students home in time for the online learning, we've been looking at what some of our run times are, and we've identified that there's at least 16 secondary school runs that are over 50 minutes. So I expect we'll be addressing some of those. Just those are the planned minutes. Those aren't the minutes in the event of inclement weather or other events. So as we previously reported, we intend to maintain our current routing with some adjustments. That is intended to allow for those students that go online learning to come back into the school, that will have a space for them on the bus. But we will be adjusting for some load balancing, particularly elementary school, and in some extreme cases, maybe adding additional units. Same with secondary panel, but the secondary panel, again, we have some additional complication with the 2 cohorts going to, the 2 cohorts plus the all-day instruction for the special education program. And again, the York Region Transit Service, we do have some eligible students who are being provided Presto passes in lieu of a yellow school bus, which we have yet to determine if they will be impacted by these new times. So at this time, we're requesting an interim budget of $1.5 million to support these COVID-related costs. This represents a 7.8% increase in transportation budget. And, if, kind of where could you go? So we introduced just having, what a, 1.5 approximately 27 large buses is equivalent to a $1.5 million type of investment in this our product. So again, the 1.5 is kind of our best estimate at this time. Future updates will be available as we work through the data, particularly the survey data. We've done a little bit of analysis on that and worked with some other boards. You know, as I think was already reported, other boards are reporting about 25-30% of students participating in the program. Our budget that we're asking for here is considerably lower than some of the other school boards, but again, it's an interim. We will report back as we find more detailed information. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
I have Trustee Crow.
Okay, so I caution you saying that we're not asking as much as other boards. I think the comparator has to be a percentage increase over our budget, you know, if that's the comparator. We already, and we've always talked about being underfunded in transportation, and there's a lot of reasons I'm not going to get into, but the other boards have money in transportation. We're already over budget in transportation, but we have to do this. But my comment is simple. I got an email from a parent questioning whether we were doing the noon hour runs because she went to School Bus City and it's still listing the pickup times. We normally tell our parents to check School Bus City. And so I'm not, you were waiting for the approval of the secondary schedules. I understand that, but can we get the messaging out somehow or other to parents to be patient and that we are running the noon hour bus runs and that the times for the stops will be updated as soon as possible? Okay, because not everybody's listening to this and not everybody's checking our website, but everybody's going to check School Bus City to see what time their child's bus pickup is.
Yep. No, we can communicate that. We do have a correspondence going out to all the schools, basically saying the same. We will have things up and loaded by Monday in terms of schoolbuscity.com. As you mentioned, though.
I'm sorry. By Monday, really?
That's what
I'm told. I had to interrupt. I'm totally impressed.
Well, that's what I've been told by through our transportation. And the secondary may be somewhat delayed because we just found out today it's another 10 minutes. But they are working diligently at getting that uploaded. I believe the 24th was the message that we had sent out earlier in the week. So to your point about the budget, yes, I'm talking, but relative to other boards in terms of a percentage of. So I think the real difficulty is not having the data to make the analysis on, and trying to pick something that it gives us the flexibility to address the needs as they arise, but not to limit us that we quickly go through that amount of money. The comparison I was trying to make earlier, which I apologize for, was really just to say, $1.5 million is equivalent to 27 large buses. Or if you look at our total complement of vehicles, it's about a 4.2% increase in every of those unit types. So you can imagine if we are going to have some additional units as we split up the secondary enrollment into the cohort that is attending every day versus the cohort that is attending every other day. There are some shared rides that we'll have to deal with. We are concerned about what the public transit piece is going to do in terms of those Presto passes. There's not that many students in that situation, but if we have to put each one of them on a taxi, that adds up very quickly. So
I'm sorry, Tom, to interrupt. Just to interrupt for 1 minute, and I have Trustee Ecker. Thank you for putting forward the motion to extend the meeting to midnight. Can I get a seconder, please? Please. Sorry, who was that? Okay, Trustee McNichol. Anyone opposed? All right, that's carried. I'm sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I'm really if there's just questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, thank you for that overview. Are there any other questions for Tom? I don't see, unless I've missed someone. Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Young, my apology for interrupting your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Casey. So I will quickly just restart. So tonight I have the pleasure of presenting a list of additional investments which are based on input from the trustees as well as the senior team to help our September reopening safer and also to improve the experience for our students. So on August 4th, the ministry had announced new funding of close to $310 million. And I'll go through those items in more details later. Then on August 13th, which is one week ago, the minister announced that school boards can tap into their accumulated surplus or reserves up to 2% of their operating budget in order to provide more staffing and also PPEs, transportation, and other technology. So just for people who may not be familiar with this, typically school boards can only use up to 1% of their operating allocations from their reserves every year. So the ministry had increased this by another percent for this year. So in terms of the new ministry funding sources, here I'm providing a list of different areas where I'm showing the provincial funding as well as the board specific funding. So the first item is provincially they're providing $30 million to have additional teachers in the system. So according to their memo, our board share is about $800,000. They're also putting in more investments on custodians. So for our board, it is $1.25 million. There's also additional funding on PPEs. Our board share is $1.5 million. And also from the budget that was approved back on July 29th, the trustees had, on top of that, approved about $500,000 in additional budget for PPEs. For special education, the ministry is providing an extra funding of close to $200,000 for our board. Mental health support for students, close to another $200,000. Then there is the funding on health and safety training for vocational teachers and casual education workers for about $244,000. Then there's the new funding on remote learning, which is to assist boards to increase staffing to support the remote learning needs. So we heard from the earlier presentations that for the elementary panel, there will be additional administrators that is needed to run the programs. So this funding is to assist for that purpose. Then there is the funding to improve ventilation in the schools. So on this one, provincially, they're putting in $50 million. Right now, we don't have the board-by-board allocation. So we're doing an estimation of about $1 million for our board. Then there's the new funding for technology devices for students who will need them for remote learning if they do not already have the devices. Then lastly, there's the added funding to provide enhanced cleaning and PPEs for bus drivers for about $100,000. So with the input from trustees and senior staff, I have compiled a list of the various investments that were had discussed earlier throughout this meeting, but I will go through them one by one so that trustees can decide on the items that they would vote for later this evening. So the first item is we're proposing a increase in budget of close to almost $4 million to add more teachers to the system in order to address the class size pressures that we have talked about earlier. The second item is to hire more lunchtime supervisors in the system in order to help students who may need the extra support and also to increase lunch recess time so that there will be more staggering of students at a given lunch recess. Mr. Petrosky has already talked about that there's various transportation needs of $1.5 million. Then in terms of the remote learning capacity, trustees have requested to update our broadband network infrastructure so that could improve the remote learning experience. Then there is the additional administrators that I talked about earlier. So the two investments combined is about $1.8 million. The fifth item is the investments in ventilation systems, the HEPA filtration units, and where possible to lower the room temperature. So as my colleague, Mr. McLaughlin has mentioned, it's about $2.7 million. Then for the next items is the ministry funding to increase the custodians, as well as the PPE special education, which I have talked about earlier, for the from items 6 to 12. So in total, those investments will add up to be about $15.4 million. So in terms of where those funds will be coming from, so we'll be using our community surplus. So we'll be using $9 million from that funding. We'll use the funding provided by the ministry of $6.1 million, as well as the proceeds of disposition for $300,000 for the HEPA units. So based on these investments, our total in-year draw or in-year use of our community surplus, together with the $3.8 million investments that the trustees have approved earlier in late July, would be in total $11.6 million in terms of drawing down our community surplus. So this would represent the 2% use of our reserves that the minister has talked about. And then in terms of what's remaining after the use will be about $800,000 remaining, which may be needed later on if the board finds that there's more expenditures to be incurred. So that is the financial position. So I guess as I have already mentioned about the remaining balance available and the potential risk by not having a very big balance because of the investment that is needed. And lastly, if we require more expenditures, then there may be an opportunity to seek assistance from the ministry in terms of using some of our proceeds of disposition reserve. So that wraps up my presentation. Would like to offer it to anyone who has any question or comments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Young. Are there any questions or comments? Trustee Crow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify for any of the public that's still here, we are actually proposing to, you are actually proposing to spend the full 2% that the ministry is allowing us to spend. Is that correct?
So the list includes inputs from both senior team and the trustees. So
No, that's not my question. My question is that the minister announced that we could use up to 2% of our so that the amount we can draw from our reserves is up to 2% of our operating budget. What's being proposed here is 2%, right?
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank you. So we are maxing out. It is a risk to the, I'm just going to make my comments now. It is a risk to the board. We just got out of a deficit situation, but these are exceptional, I'm not sure if that's the right adjective, times. They are trying times, challenging times. And I think we would be remiss not to use all the funds that we have available to address the health and safety of our students and our staff, and to make the online experience for those choosing remote learning the best experience possible. So I'm not sure, Madam Chair, when you're looking for a motion. I know it's later in the agenda, but we actually haven't finished committee of the whole, so that's not coming up. So I was wondering if you would allow me to move a motion to approve the proposed new investments that staff is presenting.
I will allow you. I want to know first if Trustee Mazzotta would like to comment now, or can we, I'd like to move with the motion because there'll be debate. Would you be all right with that anyway?
I had a comment, Madam Chair, if I can make it now, or do you want me to make it during the debate? I don't.
Well, why don't we, Trustee Crow has a motion she'd like to, she's moved the motion. If I could have a seconder to at least put the motion.
I'll second it.
I'll second it.
Okay, I heard Trustee Iafredi. All right, so.
No, that wasn't me. It's trustee.
Sorry, who was it?
It was me.
Oh, Trustee McNichol. Okay, it's the motion is open for debate or discussion. Trustee Mazzotta, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In reference to this budget, these budget items here, I don't see anything that in the event of anything that's unexpected that can happen in the next few weeks, whatever, any budget there for any contingency plan. I know that when you're at home, you spend money at home, but then also you have a little bit of money just in case of an emergency of some sort. So I don't see any of that here. So that's one of the questions I'd like to know, why some contingency budget hasn't been put in. Also, the second question I have is the proceeds of disposition. I see that you've only put 0.8, I believe, in this for proceeds of disposition. And I know that we have more money in there, and I'd rather use that than using our accumulated surplus because it's better for our own budgetary items. Now, I know the ministry has given us permission to use accumulated surplus. I don't understand why the minister doesn't want to give us any chance of spending some of our proceeds of disposition. It is our money. I know we need approval from them. So I would rather have, before passing this budget, asking the director to solicit the minister and to state to the minister that we need to use our proceeds of disposition for this instead of our accumulated surplus. And then lastly, I'm not in disagreement of hiring teachers. However, if by chance we hire, and how many teachers would that be? Roughly about 38, I would think, right? 3.8 million would be probably 38 teachers or 35, whatever.
About 35.
Okay, so it's 35 teachers. So let's just say that we hire these teachers, and then 2 weeks into the school year, we're in COVID-19 emergency, and we're all in synchronous learning again with the regular teachers, like in March or April or whatever. So what do we do with these extra 35 teachers? Are we paying them to stay at home? So that's another big issue that needs to be addressed, because as I said, I have no problem hiring the teachers, but hiring them for a semester or half a year is one thing, but hiring them for 2 or 3 weeks and then they send them back, I really can't support that. So those are my comments and questions. And if Treasurer Young would like to respond to them, that's fine.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Trustee Masada, for your questions and comments. So perhaps I'll work backward because I remember those last questions maybe more. So in terms of the teachers, your question is whether these would be permanent placement or not. So with a recent discussion with my colleague, Superintendent Gray, we believe that because these teachers are put in as a measure to address the COVID concerns, so there is flexibility to have them in place, as a start as LTOs, and then we can plan from there. Superintendent Gray, would you have any additional comments on that point?
Mr. Young, Mr. Gray has left the meeting for the evening.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay. He was excused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe I had captured what he and I had discussed recently. So I hope that addressed your question.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't, Mr. Young, in reference to LTOs. Those are long-term occasionals. You're going to have to give them either a semester or a whole 3 months, 4 months. You have to put them on contract. You can't just say after 2 or 3 weeks, okay, you go home and you don't pay them. So how long will that be? And do we put ourselves at risk if in 2 or 3 weeks time, you know, they send everyone home? Will there be something in the contract that states, you know, if COVID-19 happens again with a second wave, that these positions could be put at risk?
So, Trustee Masada, I think I'll turn it to Director Designate Batista. She looks like she has her mic on.
Yes, thank you. Trustee Mazada, so I understand what you were saying. However, if we needed to go, for example, back, let's say from face-to-face teaching or remote face-to-face teaching to remote learning, I'm thinking that the teachers would probably be there for the class, right? They would be creating the virtual learning environment for those students. I'm not sure if I'm understanding.
I am assuming that you're hiring these people because you wanted to make the class sizes smaller and because the distancing might not be appropriate in certain areas, et cetera, and you want to hire these people. Well, if you synchronize learning, you don't have any more issues with the class size or the social distancing, but because they will all be at home. So you would have your regular teacher instead of these other 30, because, you know, I'm asking, our enrollment's dropping. It's not increasing. The enrollment's dropping. So these teachers that are going to be put on the payroll, could you guarantee them a job later even if our enrollment is declining? So that's the big problem I have. I don't want to put this board at risk. As Trustee Crow says, we've just got out of a deficit and now we're putting ourselves in, which is fine because it is an unprecedented situation, but we really have to have these answers before we hire these people.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, perhaps Associate Director DiNardo has the answer, but I think that with any LTO, and an LTO could end at any time, when, you know, for example, if an LTO is replacing a teacher and the teacher decides to come back early, that LTO that ends, right? So that's something that, am I correct, Associate Director DiNardo?
Yes, absolutely, Director Batista. We have the right and the flexibility to end the assignment whenever necessary. We give them 5 days notice and the LTO is finished.
And is that with COVID-19 parameters?
Those are our regular hiring parameters, Trustee Mazada.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So can I go back to Trustee Mazzotta's question about or comment about the proceeds of disposition? Trustee Mazzotta, it would not be up to the director to go back. Budgetary discussions and decisions or budgetary decisions are made by this board. So if
I'd like to put a motion for it that this board send a letter to the minister requesting that we use proceeds of disposition for the proposed new investments that we have on this page. So I have that
motion.
Are you talking about the entire amount? And that would be, because Trustee Crow has a motion on the table already, or has a motion on the floor.
I would like to see some of that money be put from the proceeds of disposition.
So
Madam Chair, can I respond?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Mazzotta, you know fully well that the ministry is not going to give us a response on proceeds of disposition. I support you 100% in requesting as much proceeds of disposition as we can get to cover these funds. But staff needs to proceed with this, especially the, purchasing of PPE. Well, actually, those are ministry funding, but it's all in the group. So that's covered. But, purchasing HEPA filters, increasing broadband, hiring teachers, doing extra bus routes. All this needs to be done by September 1st. We cannot defer this motion.
I'm not deferring the motion. I'm
Yeah,
accepting
okay.
new investments. I'm just saying that perhaps a letter should be sent to the minister.
So I suggest we pass the
Use
motion.
proceeds of disposition and using the budget that we have now to spend it because we need it.
Okay, so I would suggest that I would accept the friendly amendment to the motion, a part 2, that would say, number 1, we approve these. Number 2, we write a letter to the Minister of Education talking about putting ourselves at financial risk again, and that we would like to have these items covered out of proceeds of disposition.
That's great.
And if we can put that into a 2-part motion, I'm totally in support of that.
And I'll second it. Thank you.
No, so Trustee McNichols already seconded the motion. Are you in agreement?
That's fine.
Yes, I'm in agreement.
All right. We have Trustee Ecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be short. My suggestion was going to be exactly what Trustee Crow suggested. We don't have time to wait. 2 weeks is not a long time as it is. So I agree. Let's go ahead with the expenditures, and I think we need to write a very strongly worded communication to the minister to understand that he's putting our board in financial peril. As a banker, to go for the type of surpluses that we have and to go down to $800,000, that scares the heebie-jeebies out of me. But I think that, we have to do what we have to do because we're in extraordinary times, but I think the minister has to be flexible. So I will fully support this motion presented.
Thank you for your comments. I have Trustee Giuliani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to everyone. I'm in support of the motion and a lot of the comments that were made. The only concern I have is that I know timing is of the essence, but my recommendation would be the numbers I've been hearing is that we're looking at the possibility of 20% not going back. That's what I've been hearing in the newspapers and media and all that. So I don't see our board being any different. We'll see what the numbers come back at next week. So you get 20% less in the classroom. I say, yes, I think we need to spend some money on dealing with the teachers that are, looking at the 30-to-1 scenario to deal with those hot spots, for lack of better words. But I don't think we need to spend the whole amount on full staffing or staffing in general. There is a lot of other areas that we're not topping up, such as special education. Mental health is going to be a big issue when we go back, and transportation, and in addition, cleaning supplies. So I like to see a balancing of where we spend the money, and I'm sure staff will do a great job doing that. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. I just want to see I don't want to see it spent all in one area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And just to clarify that, special education in particular, we have received additional funding from the government, and we actually spend more than the government does allocate to us as a board. That's what we did during the budget process. So not to leave the impression that we are not looking after special education. Mr. Young, how much more did we spend in the last budget approved on spec ed? Roughly.
Chair, I think the amount was about $5 million when we compare expenditures versus funding.
Thank you. I just wanted to put that out there, not to leave the impression that I know our needs are always, and we all appreciate it and do something, appreciate and expect that we need to do more to ensure that, we meet what needs we can meet in spec ed. And that's why the commitment of this board has been year over year to allocate more money than the government provides to us for special education. We could always use more. No argument there.
Madam Chair, my comments weren't to give the impression that we weren't spending enough. I know we're spending more than what we're allocated for. It was just a general comment that we're going to need some COVID help in the special education portfolio, along with other areas due to this COVID-19 situation.
Thank you for clarifying that. Trustee Crow, you'd like to, first of all, are there any other trustee would like to make a comment before Trustee Crow's closing comment? Okay, Trustee Crow.
Thank you. Just in response to Trustee Giuliani, 3.8 million is 35 teachers. They'll be going into the elementary panel since the secondary panel is functioning as it was before. That is less than half a teacher per school. We have over 80 elementary schools. Parents out there are a lot. There's still parents out there listening, hopefully at 11:46, who have kindergarten students, and they are really concerned about the possibilities of FTK classes at 30 students. Even though there's an ECE, they're really concerned about social distancing. We were reassured by the director that she will be addressing those pressures once all the numbers come in. If anybody looks at the media, you will see that other boards are spending a lot more money to address class size. But unfortunately, we also have other pressures, and it's important. I think it's been fairly distributed, because we could have spent all the money to address class size, but we're also spending money on supervision of students to help with social distancing, transportation, remote learning, it's ventilation, etc. So I think this is a very balanced approach. And I know, having spoken to some staff with questions over the last 3 days, I know that they will not spend this money wildly. They will get the greatest, I hate to use the words, bang for their buck, and will only invest when necessary, because they too are concerned about using up all our reserve funds and not leaving anything for our rainy day, like Trustee Mazzotta said. So I'd like to also thank staff and all the work that got put into this. There is a lot. The timelines are short. I've been a trustee for 25 years, I guess, or so. And we have, the amount of work that has been forced to be done in such a short time frame, when if the ministry had actually given us some parameters and guidelines in May and June, that people may have had the opportunity to actually take a week vacation this summer. And our staff have been working diligently. And so I would like to thank everybody for putting this plan together in such a short time period. Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you for your closing comments. So we have the motion which was amended and accepted, and that's a two-part motion to accept the proposed new investments. And the second part of the motion being that we write a very strongly worded letter to the ministry regarding the use of accessing our proceeds of disposition to cover these costs. Is there anyone opposed to the motion? Okay, hearing none, then that is carried. Thank you everyone for your participation tonight. We don't have a committee of the whole because we need to recess and go back into committee of the whole. So that would conclude the formal public portion of our meeting tonight. I'd like to thank everyone who did join tonight and who may still be with us. I'd like to encourage everyone to, if you continue to have questions, please go to our website. We do have a link where you can post your questions. There are frequently asked questions that are posted there. Our staff is working very hard to put as many of those responses and questions on the website. If there's more specific questions or concerns you have, then I'm going to invite you to contact the superintendents and specifically with the specialty programs, whether it's the PACE, whether it's the French immersion, or whether it's with respect to the TCH 19s, because that was quite a lengthy discussion about that as well. And those are very specific to schools as well, depending on enrollment numbers in those schools. So I encourage you to contact the superintendents specifically on those ones. But please, continue to visit our website. We will be using that as a main information hub, and we're working on updating it daily and making it more accessible and giving you the most up-to-date information that could be available there. So with that, I am going to thank everyone, sign off, and trustees, if we can go back to the committee of the whole. Good night, everyone.